and good morning in Europe and beyond in the westerly direction. Yeah, north, west. Yep. Just to make sure, getting my bearings together. So, good to see how many people are here, or three. Okay. Nobody got the memo? Apparently not. The alien drone service is here. He's out and about, so he's doing an all-nighter from what I can see. So it's 1 a.m. in Oregon, so he's probably on the coffee, like me. Getting the coffee down. It's 6 o'clock. I should be probably drinking coffee, but well, I forgot about it. It's gone cold, but I might as well finish it. After all, he's made it by Evian water, which is a lower deuterium water, and I can't waste it because it does cost a bit to buy. I usually wait until it's on special before I buy a number, like a carton of it. They usually discount it from $3.80 down to $2.50 on many occasions, and then I buy quite a bit of bulk. So you got to get it when you got to get it. So it's my coffee water. Yes. Any questions? No one? Anyway, what I may do is just go over a few things that we did discuss earlier in the earlier live stream, which to cover those sort of aspects of sort of the global unfolding. Tom's here. G'day, Tom. I'm still waiting for things to pop into the actual chat window. They do take their time. G'day, Tom. So hopefully we'll get a few more. Stanny's in. Good morning to you. And Tracy's just popped in. Seems like all the stragglers are coming in at last. So, Angela, listening, can't chat, unfortunately. That's okay. Tracy? Oops. Review of last stream would be brilliant. Thank you. Gary, good to see you, mate. How are things up at your end of the woods along the border in WA and the NT? You at work tonight, or you on actually, or at home? Just accepted on a chainsaw course. Woohoo! I bet Torin is still going to be mentioned today, even if it's not on topic. You just did it, Tom. Exactly, he did. And so I had to say it because I had to read it out. Exactly, Tracy. Well spotted. Yes. He couldn't help himself. So might have some unseasonal rain coming our way. Where it's been raining down here all bloody day, so it's been a bit, it's been a bit like that. So you guys hardly get any rain up there. G'day, Stefan. Hi, how are you? What is exactly the purpose of this live stream? It's about talking about the future of the world, and you're in Europe, so you guys are at the epicenter of this actual unfolding story. Let's put it that way. Wind and cold here. Yeah, same down here. It's been pretty on the, let's say, fresh side. Plus, the weather's been a bit on the. But anyway, I digress. Yeah, what we've been seeing is this sort of unfolding story on a global scale. I mean, most people have been focused on on the sort of events in the Ukraine and the conflict there, and sort of the politics and the push factors, the existential threats to Russians, the push factors from the Democrats, primarily the Biden administration, and stuff like that. But the sort of untold stories that we're sort of not focusing on are things that are sort of have got us there, things that have sort of set us up for those problems in a number of countries, especially in the West. This story is definitely a bigger story in the West, but it will affect other parts of the world as well. So it won't be just that part. I'm 58. I don't have much of a future anyway anymore. I'm 56, mate. You're only 2 years older than me. And I would like to enjoy my 100th year or get at least close to it. So, I'd really want a world to be still around at that stage. SSK, hey, Harry. I don't know if you want to talk about it, but what do you think is the best way to detox from chemicals? Is it milk? As far as chemicals go and stuff like that, I mean, milk can play a role. It's sort of a secondary role, but it's really your end of the day. You've got you've got a couple of detox organs. The primary one is liver, secondary kidneys, and third is you're basically getting rid of carbon dioxide, your lungs. So pretty much that's your detox system. Now, your liver actually works in combination with bile and your gallbladder to excrete things through the feces. So that's one element there. Milk can reduce, it seems like it does reduce from a lot of anecdotes and a lot of there's never been really a study, but from anecdotes seem to be effective. But ultimately, the closer you are to a species appropriate diet, you're going to be better. Oh, chemtrails in the air. I don't really worry about chemtrails, mate. Don't really worry about chemtrails in the air. Yeah, that's just from aircraft. That's all they are. Nothing else. So don't worry about that stuff, mate. There's a lot of bullshit out there, and believe me, it's not a real. And people of Europe are about to be ceremonially screwed over via lack of expensive power, self-sanctioning fools. Yes, exactly. Plus, not only power, also food. So, while I did talk earlier about the insecurities of food in North Africa and the Middle East, that is definitely a problem. But the big issue is, g'day DC. The big issue is the food security will hit different countries disproportionate based on a whole lot of factors, based on their population, based on their production. So even though Greece doesn't have the big production that some other countries, it still produces to cover part of its domestic requirements, and that it imports a proportion of food, where Italy, on the other hand, does massive importing. It's got a much bigger population, like 6 times that of Greece, plus the issue of that they haven't been investing as heavily into that sort of area, and so it is a problem. So I would say that in when we're talking about the most vulnerable countries within the European, Middle Eastern, North African regions are primarily Italy is the primary one. Some Eastern European countries, especially the Balkans, will have some issues with some food security. Not a lot, but some. Turkey is a big one, definitely, because of the already high inflation. Add to that, they will be in a very difficult spot. Then the other country is Egypt. Egypt's a big one. There could be a lot of protests in Egypt and a lot of instability in Egypt. Then you're basically looking at places like, the Horn of Africa, West Africa, different parts there that are going to be put under a lot of pressure. Even though they have some domestic production, they still import a portion. And with food inflation, because food, the supply chains are actually interlinked now around the world. And so the pricing does affect them, unless their countries basically take measures to secure their food supply. And then that could change the dynamics, but it's unlikely. So they will have some pressures there as well. Then there's a sort of situation in parts of the Southeast Asia, and Southeast Asia, the key vulnerable state there is Indonesia in terms of food security, the coming food crisis, that, as I call it, later this year, early next year, is the coming food crisis, the big food crisis. I'll give you an example. Out of the Ukraine, for the Middle East and that sort of region, grain sort of exports have dropped down now to about half a ton per month. Where before the crisis, it was 5, not half a ton, but 5 tons per month. So we've got a reduction of 4.5 tons of grains coming out of the Ukraine, which is quite a bit, let alone, due to the war, Russia's cut back as well. But they vary there, so it's not a stable, it's sort of, sometimes I'll actually release a bit more out into the open market. Sometimes they'll release a bit less, so they're all over the place. And what their policies or what their approach will be, or whether they'll use it as a weapon at a later stage, is unclear. But the Ukraine is really the problem, that they've only got Odessa. They don't have much access to the sea anymore. They can only send it through the railway system, which is really inefficient. So they send it along the railway system. Large parts of that Soviet-era railway system, which has a different gauge, so you can't go from the Ukrainian to the European. So you have to stop at the borders, unload everything, and load it on to European railway systems or trucks or whatever to get it out. And in some areas, they literally have to offload it, get it on trucks, re-put it on elsewhere where there's no damaged lines. And so it's a mess. That's why they went from about 5,000 per month, 5 tons per month, to 3.5 tons, and then they dramatically, after the Russians had attacked a number of their rail lines and taken most of the south, so cut off the water access, restricted the exports. Then the exports of grains out of the Ukraine actually dramatically fell. Now in September there'll be another sort of harvest that will be sort of, they're considering that it probably is going to be half the previous year's harvest. That will affect food security going forward, like in 2023, 24, 25, until a lot of that sort of recovers, or we find other sources for that region. So as a consequence, Europe food security will be problematic. Let alone the energy side, where I haven't even touched on that. I mean, recently, Denmark, which takes about 10 to 15%, and so does of energy from gas. They're not and Holland, the Netherlands, they're not willing to basically to pay in euro in rubles. So basically, they got cut off just recent. So that's happened. Some people in Europe have probably already know about it, especially in those two countries. Other people outside those two countries are probably unaware, but that has happened. But it's not going to hit them too hard. They do have the capacity to get LNG via Rotterdam, and that probably can help as well. The Denmark as well, but they are less dependent. It's more the Dutch. So that's what that story. But that also adds, because LNG from the US is more expensive, so that's going to add a cost to their energy bill. It's not going to be massive because it's only about 15% of their energy mix. So it's going to be less of a problem for them, but it's still going to cause some level of inflation. They also do have a big, agricultural sector. Yeah, a lot of people, Unilever. Anybody heard of that? It's a Dutch company. Pretty much there is big agriculture. It's one of the biggest exporters in agricultural products, even though it's such a small country. Very highly efficient, very highly, and as Alex said, they do have their own gas as well. So, from the North Sea, plus the LNG that's coming in from other sources. So I suspect eventually they will push up their own production in the North Sea, and they won't have to be dependent on the US for that extra 15%. So that's probably what will happen given time. So certain countries are going to be affected a bit worse, others, yeah. So it really depends on a lot of factors. But the food security is a big picture, the big story that nobody's talking about. Energy is the current one, but that will translate and move on to a state of being a food crisis. So when we look at the situation around the world, there's going to be a lot of instability in certain countries. Now, countries like Japan, they will have, their food sources could be dramatically impacted up to 35% of imports. So Japan will be out there looking and paying premium because they can, putting more pressure on global supply chains and supply for other countries that are poorer. So they have a bit of a shortfall because they were getting from that part of the world, they were getting about 35%. And so that's gone now, or largely. So you've got that. You've basically got countries like Japan that is a net importer of agricultural products. You've got countries like Indonesia that are under strain because they do import some elements which they can't produce enough. Then you've basically, so the key, then you've got, especially in particular, southern India will have problems as well. There again, it's the cost of energy, not the ability to produce. Not the land not being able to produce enough. It's basically the petrochemical inputs. Already we're having a lot of farmers that were suiciding because of the excess cost of petrochemical inputs, fertilizers and petroleum products. Now with the current situation, it's going to get worse. A lot of these farmers are going to be forced off the land. The big farmers, the big farming families are the ones that are going to benefit in India. You will see this massive migration out of regional, sort of rural India into the big cities, into these massive shanty towns. That's what's going to happen. So it's going to create a lot of instability for India as well, this sort of coming crisis as it sort of escalates, food and energy crisis. So there's going to be a lot of upheaval. The same thing's going to happen in Indonesia. People won't be able to, afford food supply and all that. Same in different parts of Europe will vary. As I said, Italy's probably the most exposed in terms of food imports. So they're the most exposed out of all. But there are others of varied levels, some in Eastern Europe and the Balkans, and some in Central Europe. Even Germany, to some extent, is exposed, because it was dependent on from Ukraine as well. So that's why the German government there has been talking about, getting 10 days of food supply and stuff like that. So that is a real threat going forward. And really the taps haven't been turned off completely at this stage. So in terms of energy and access to those materials. Now, it's at a trickle at the moment, getting it out of the Ukraine, because, we're talking about half a ton compared to 5. That's 90% is not coming through. It's coming out at a trickle. So you've got that sort of situation. Then you've got the situation as well that we're not certain about the September sort of, because the grain season and all that. How's that going to play out? So there are a bit of worries there. Now the US is actually sending in more artillery to the Ukrainians. So basically, it's like an artillery war between the two sides. The Russians are winning with more artillery at the moment, but it sort of, potentially in about June, July, they'll be getting more artillery. Artillery also causes massive destruction and all that. If the Russians decide to go apeshit and bring more artillery in and start hitting all sorts of areas, that could potentially cause fires. It could cause other calamities and destruction of facilities where to store the sort of stuff, and that could impact even further on the food supply coming out of the Ukraine. So there's a lot of unknowns in that regard on the future sort of prospects. That will definitely exacerbate things in North Africa and parts of the Middle East. The parts of the Middle East that can actually cope, that means I'm predicting a collapse of the Lebanese society. That's going to happen. So they're already on a knife edge. So that's pretty neat. It's pretty easy to predict that. Let me put it that way. But there's going to be probably within the Caucasus, there's potentially some instability there that's going to intensify. They do have some localized food production, and they do get some stuff out of Russia. So that may slightly mitigate. And again, Russia probably won't want to have a lot of instability in the south, and may deliberately support by or giving them access to some extent. So there's going to be those sort of little elements as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how some of this plays out. Now, let me catch up with the actual chat. I have some weapons, gold coins, but unfortunately, no own house where I would store 2,000 cans of sardines. Yeah, I can imagine that. Yes, definitely having some precious metals and having things that, agricultural land, precious metals, and access to certain things is important. Let's put it that way. So is this key? It is really bad. Probably not as bad in the US. It's probably not as yeah. Australasia, US, they are net exporters of agricultural products and net and exporters of energy as well. So as a consequence, they're not in, they are part of the international supply chain. And obviously, but their governments could, if things got really bad, restrict exports, So, and that could compound things for other countries that are dependent on getting stuff in, so there is definitely that in big cities. But I can feel it, that it's harder to breathe and there is a fog over the air, and my siblings caught what fog? Anyway, things are not going to get any better, mate. Let's put it that way. For the next decade, things are going to be really problematic. Not the people are fools, but the politicians. Michael, not sure. Did I miss something? Probably did. Geo-weather engineering is very real, Harry. It's a daily occurrence here in New South Wales, Hunter Valley. The mist definitely is not just contrails. Look, to be honest, Tracy, I do not know. There's aircraft that leave contrails. That's one thing. There's also there is some geo, like they will sprinkle certain types of minerals and certain other things. I think it's in the air to cause rain and cloud cover and stuff like that. So there is a bit of that that's been happening for many decades now and all that. Not to the degree that people are making out it is. Do I agree with it? No, I don't agree with it. I think that it's a problem, that water management should be managed differently. And, when you affect the clouds and you start interfering, you're affecting other countries, neighboring countries, other sovereignties. The atmosphere belongs to all humanity, not to just those countries that have got the capacity to interfere with, but at the same time, it's not as extensive as people think. It's usually in Europe, North America, Australasia, certain parts of the world where that does happen. But that tends to provide more rainfall in certain types. They do it in certain parts of the year, specifically to support agriculture within those areas by creating more cloud cover and more rain to induce more rain. But is it a problem? I think it is a problem. I personally do think it's a problem. These sort of interference, because there are feedback loops in the atmosphere, things that we don't understand, and we're probably creating other problems long term which we don't understand. But that's another story. It's a lot of speculation on everybody's side, and I'm sitting on the fence on this sort of stuff because none of us really know enough. It's a lot of speculation, and I'm not into speculation. It's stuff that I really know, that I can research, that I can grab, and all that. And I think that if there was really one of these big damn conspiracies, by now, most of the stuff, whenever there is, usually comes out. Just take a look at all the Pfizer stuff coming out and all the other stuff. You can't hide things forever. That's the reality. But is there interference in terms of to create rain and change the sort of dynamics of the localized climates? Yeah, that's been done now for a couple of decades. It's not new. Do I agree with it? No. Anyway, Angel, how are you? I saw a lady talking about the adverse effects of food dyes. Yep, they are a problem. In some people more than others. It depends, and it depends on what. She said while detoxing, her kids wanted only cheese and milk. So it must be something in the milk that helps. It seems to, it's binding. There's calcium can actually have a bit of a binding effect, and it seems also lactoferrin seems to also improve the gut's ability to clean some of this sort of stuff out, because lactoferrin can actually increase in the gut interferon, and interferon is part of the immune system, so it actually upregulates the immune system within that to clear out some of these things, these toxins and things like that. I think that's the mechanism, but that is actually being used in rat studies, has actually been shown to be that, but I haven't really seen human studies to sort of, so I would say, because even in pasteurized milk there is some lactoferrin. It's not completely destroyed unless it's the that long life, the ultra pasteurized stuff. That's pretty much has next to none. So it's probably that's actually doing it. But still the major organs and all that are still your key detox systems in that regard. Obviously, the lactoferrin will help improve your immune response, and also animal products in general will give nutrients that help as well. So it's multi-pronged, the detox system, major organs, plus some of these other elements that come into it. Anyway, so, yep, it's more about that sort of stuff. I doubt they are doing it over. There's nothing down here. Anything that I know, I don't think that. Well, we don't need. We get plenty of rain. We get far too much. In some cases, far too much rain. G'day, DJ Projectus. And Scotty, good to see you again. Good evening, folks. Going until 2 a.m. No, I've got work tomorrow, mate. Bloody hell, you kept me. You and Llama kept me up until about 2 o'clock. He wanted to show me more things. Okay, I want you to see this as well. He sent me a couple of emails. I haven't even had time to read them. Been doing other things. Oh God. Anyway, I'll look at them tomorrow. I did promise him after all, didn't I? Yeah. Should stop promising people things. And are we getting any other questions? Yep, that's an easy one. You just go outside and you can see your shadow. It's not difficult with that one. France's newest nukes were dodgy units until about half of their nukes are currently offline at the moment. Don't know. But it wouldn't surprise me because they have a tendency of a policy. France buys new equipment to support their military industrial complex because, you know, if they don't, they can't maintain independent sourcing, which is what they see as very important for themselves. So they're not dependent on any foreign country. So they have that policy. But as a consequence, they can't actually they can't activate a lot of things. They keep them online until they have to. Like even their ships, the new FDIs that the Greeks are getting, they've actually got more technology on them than what the French. They've got double the missiles. They've got electronic support measures and all these other things. The French ones don't. Absolutely not. And the reason for that is because they make the ships, they built them, and then when they need the stuff, they've been scavenging the older ships of some of their electronic support measures, other things to put them and retrofit them. So that's how they get around. They could basically just do what the British did some time ago and actually, reduce their army, air force, and navy slightly, and end up with a more compact force that is, fully operational. So, yeah, it's a different approach, and that's why that reason, Scotty. It's very much that they need to get certain numbers to keep the viability of about, I think, well over 10,000 French people are employed directly and about another 10,000 indirectly in the military industrial complex of France. So it's a big political thing, because you're talking about, 20,000 families directly or indirectly. So they need to keep the number of production up and then retrofit or add capabilities as they go along. So they operate very differently because of that economic side of things. Anyway. Yep. Yes, you guys, where we covered that. Yep. That's a different thing. Trying to find something for me. How do you see the situation in South America? I'm planning to immigrate there, maybe Colombia. No heading needed at least. That's true. It's a mixed bag. South America does have, if you look at places like Argentina, Brazil, and all that, they do have a lot of good domestic food production. So they are net exporters. So in terms of food security, when you get into a situation where commodities become important, it's like after the Second World War, you had the old economic system collapse, and then basically it was the commodity countries that were the most wealthiest countries. They were basically Argentina. They used to say as wealthy as an Argentinian. Argentina, Australia, those were the two big tigers, as they were called, the commodity tigers. Australia was actually exporting like 70% of its exports were food. 70% of its exports were food. Not manufactured products, not energy, food. 70%. It was about 69%, to be precise. So it was massive. It was basically, lamb, and grains, pretty much, that were coming out. And, the difference is that with the oil crisis, the Australian government shifted, initially through the 50s and through the 60s and all, 50s, 60s, and so they actually built up a manufacturing sector. So that's the way they were able to make a mixed economy where the political elites in Argentina didn't do that. That's why they declined. They remained while other countries were developing secondary industry and tertiary industries, and they stayed in and didn't make a mixed economy and give more robustness. When the commodity crash happened, they took a big hit, a much bigger hit. Australia took a much lesser hit because it actually developed the other resource, some of the manufacturing part and all that with the car industry and stuff like that through the 50s. and the populate and perish sort of thing built up, the hydroelectric schemes, bringing in Europeans and stuff like that, built up the energy capacity, or the coal-fired power stations. So they built up the capacity in terms of energy and also in terms of manufacturing in Australia at the time. But we're going back to a world which was like post-Second World War, where commodities are king. So countries that sell commodities are going to become wealthy again, because everybody wants energy and everybody wants food. So some of these parts in South America, you can actually already see, even the Americans approaching the Venezuelans. That's how crazy it is. The world has become a really weird place. And so, the dynamics are changing. It's hard to say exactly which parts are going to be, I know about Brazil and I know about Argentina in terms of food supply. Argentina, unfortunately, still has a lot of the politics in Argentina. The problem, they still have the old Peronist thinking, which is a big problem, and it tends to basically show a complete and utter. And it actually permeates all the political classes over there and most of the political parties. This complete and utter irrelevancy for central bank policy, and also for running strict monetary policy. Basically, they don't have a monetary policy, never have. So they go through boom busts continuously. So it's a very unstable part of the world. Brazil had a bit of that, but in a very light way. And since De Silva onwards, they've become a bit more disciplined in that part. They've actually also developed a mixed economy and tend to be a far more stable part of the world. Colombia, they've sort of come out of the drug sort of wars and all that sort of stuff, a bit more stable, seem to be doing much better in that regard. But, I don't know what the future holds for them either in that regard, to be honest. It's hard to say. It's going to be a mixed bag through South America. There are parts that have the capacity to, hi, Brutal Harry. I missed the American stream. Gotta run soon. Cheers. Cool. Hey, it's Roy. Get it right. And yes, so it's going to be hard to say in terms of where things are going to go. Probably places like, you're talking about Chile. It's got food production, and it's got also, mineral production, stuff like that. So, but it's always had a bit of a turbulent political sort of history as well. But it has the potential, if things quieten down a bit, to basically develop a bit further. Countries like Peru seem to be very neutral. So there's, they don't seem too bad. They do have a bit of upheavals here and there, but some of these countries in Central America are a bit more unstable. They do have far more security-related issues, both food security and energy security. Where in the South American part, it seems to be a bit more stable in that regard. The best thing that the actual South American countries could do is set up a trade bloc, a bit like the EU, but more like the common market, which was the original EU, without any of the other stuff. And that would really grow that the southern part of America and make it a much more robust and stronger part. I'll definitely give Central America a miss. Mexico's still got a long way before it stabilizes. It's still got a lot of internal problems all over the place. It's not too bad, but there are parts which are good, but there are parts that are very, especially along the border regions, tend to be very unstable. So that if you ever go to Mexico, avoid the border regions. That's where most of the problems do lie, in that part of the world. So it's a bit of a mixed bag in that regard. I think in terms of other parts of the world, it's going to be very interesting. I think I've covered most of the most vulnerable countries, Southeast Asia being Indonesia, in Northeast Asia being Japan, in basically the Middle East being Lebanon, Turkey. And Turkey, really, it's been recently because of Erdogan's sort of policies, his crazy Erdogan economics that basically has created massive inflation at the wrong time. It's basically high inflation at a time where the energy and food are going through the roof. You know, a bad mix, let's put it that way. It could be explosive in basically in that part of the world, potentially even a civil war, because it's going to be that is a potential risk in that part of the world. The same thing goes for Egypt, but for other parts of the world, it's going to be a bit of a mixed bag. It's going to be more inflation, but some instability, but not collapse or anything like that at this stage, at least. Looking at it from some distance away. I picked up The Hitchhikers at Christmas in Base. It got rid of all his IDs and no cash, and was setting out to stow away on a ship to New Zealand. Oh, what? Wanted to get away from the chemtrails and Pope. Oh, God. Okay, a little. You know how to find them, don't you? Like Tracy, New Zealand's on a tyrannical rule. Jacinda, hard on. Yes, yes. Unless he's Jabber friendly, he should give Jacinda's, totalitarian republic a miss. Is 2030 to be a catastrophic year? I'm predicting it, but it's going to be terrible. Let's put it that way. So this year is going to unfold, and this year will basically build up to such a catastrophic year, unfortunately. As I said, the future crisis that I'd predicted years ago for 2025 is coming much earlier, 2 years earlier, because of all the nonsense we did. It's been building up in that direction. Most people, we've been talking about energy and food security for some time. A lot of people, myself and others, but pretty much, the political elites are just so blinkered, so caught up in their own thinking, so I'll give you an example. This is back, I'll just show you this. And you'll understand what I mean with these people, just the way they think. This is the earth and water intersecting politics of Eurasia and the Indian Pacific. This was in India. So Ministry of External Affairs organised this. And he's an American. And listen to what he has to say. And then I'll explain what I mean. Oops, let me just do that because I think I didn't actually select the audio. Sorry about that.
We have an opportunity to press for, to demand inclusive capitalism and an approach by corporations that is respectful of the balance between the individual and their interests. This is most important in terms of social media platforms, privacy, and the digital space, and that are aligned around our most basic values when it comes to climate.
Got it? So he's talking about social media there as well. That's why we're now seeing the czar, the social media czar, in the United States. Expect to see more of that. We are moving to an authoritarian future, unfortunately. And people want, as food, energy becomes more expensive and things become more difficult, people want great, strong leaders. Yeah, we've had that before in the 1930s. So, yeah, we're heading towards fascism, unfortunately. Europe is probably heading faster in that direction than other parts of the world. But these people are talking about, requiring the corporates to basically heed to basically their social responsibility when it comes to climate change. Got it? That's what he's telling a whole lot of poor Indians. What a joke. What an absolute joke. We're in one of the biggest, this was February 19th, 20, that wasn't too long ago, only a couple of months. We're in one of the biggest energy crisis and food insecurity crisis. And this is the sort of thinking that drove us there. This is the sort of bullshit thinking that has driven us there.
If the energy sector in the United States actually moves towards engaging with what the European Union is doing and being...
Yeah, we know what the bloody European Union is doing. They've been doing it on steroids in comparison to the US. That's why they're in a bigger hole than the US.
Proactive in climate and energy, they can make an incredible difference in the world.
Yeah, windmills and solar farms, and forget about, well, you're going to eat dirt. You can't even get kibble. That's how bad it is. The crisis is so bad, you're even struggling to get enough kibble. How worse could it get?
If they continue to resist and to hang back, they can make a very negative difference. So the corporate sphere is a critical one, and there is a moment coming here where many American-initiated and led companies will have to choose whether they put first the free and open society system that allowed them to thrive, or they put first profits regardless of from where they are generated.
Well, I've always said because the societies that enable them to make wealth, they should be giving something back in terms of tax and stuff for other purposes, not for this sort of bullshit, because you still need to educate, you still need to support infrastructure and stuff like that, roads and rail and all that. So, but not for their bullshit, windmills and solar farms, and making expensive energy and creating food insecurity because of not enough petrochemicals. When you lower the petrochemical production and investment in petrochemical products, you're not only affecting transport and energy generally, keeping the lights on, but also you're affecting petrochemical inputs into agriculture because we've shifted away from the old crop rotation where we used animals to rebuild soils. We don't do that anymore. We use petrochemical inputs. Most of the soils are so depleted and in such a bad state, it will take decades to recover them with crop rotation. You'd have to have a long-term program which we'd have to subsidize to build up animal stocks again and start doing it on a mass scale. That's not going to happen with that political and with the current vagoonerized ideology that's out there. You expect, they're more into how to promote more kibble rather than animals, or let alone use them for crop rotation or rebuilding soils. That's a pipe dream currently with the actual thinking that's out there. You just have to see these people, the way they talk. They're basically saying, this is in India, where you've got a lot of people that are still below the poverty line, and these people have the audacity to sit there and tell people what they should be doing. Luckily, a number of these countries are not listening, their politicians, which is a good thing. It's the reason why they're ahead. It's the reason why in the last decade there's been a 5 trillion, yes, listen to this, from the west to the east, there's been a $5 trillion transfer of wealth. $5 trillion in terms of trade imbalance. And the reason for that is pretty much easy. They got cheaper energy. They're still basically pumping out fossil fuels and stuff like that, like there's no tomorrow. Coal-fired power stations are being built like there's no tomorrow, and everything else. So 3.5 billion. Add the other billion, a couple of billion around the other countries. You're talking about 1 billion people complying, and 6.5 billion not complying. That 6.5 billion, which is Europe, North America, Australasia, a couple of other countries. Those countries basically are seeing their living standards go down, their competitiveness go down, so their products are more expensive, so they're ending up becoming net importers. So the only way they can do that is they've been sustaining that through some trade with high technology, but that only gives you some income. And then the rest is basically money printing. You can't do that forever. That's what Europe's been doing. That's what North America's been doing, and quite a few other parts of the world, rather than building their own domestic capacity. Most of these countries have realised that. Not only are they building their own domestic capacity, they're also exporting a lot of these finished products. Now, Western European countries could basically embrace the fourth industrial revolution, high technology and stuff like that, but that doesn't create a lot of employment. Yes, it will give you some wealth, but not a lot. At the end of the day, countries like in Europe, countries like in North America and all that, Australia and all that, they need energy, cheap energy. And cheap energy comes from coal, oil and gas. It's not going to come from windmills and solar farms. The West is being destroyed, not by the, most people say, oh, these people are out-competing us. We're allowing them to out-compete us. Simple as that, Good for them. They're smart. We're dumb. We're basically undermining our own living standards and sliding down the tube and transferring continuously. You can only do that for so long. They don't need us as much as we need them to sell the small amounts of high tech that we build. That's the reality. That's how damaging we've been to our own economies, and we've created such structural problems. As I said, windmills and solar farms. And now and money printing, it's all coming back to roost. Greece, what a disgraceful. Those governments should be taken out, those politicians, and put against the wall, the traitors. Greece has got just below Crete $1 trillion. That's just one of their big, massive, if you go to the south of Crete, anybody that's actually ever visited the south of Crete, there's actually percolating to the surface gas. It's very low sulfur, so it actually means the refining costs are very low. They could basically produce massive quantities for the whole of Europe and rebalance the Eurozone. That means they could sell, they could become wealthier, they could sell to the north, cheap energy, and they could buy, because majority of exports in the Eurozone from the north usually went to the south, just to let the northerners know exactly where most of their exports went. There, China and North America. Those were the three places. They lost most of the south because it got impoverished because of balance of payments issue. The south should have become a commodity basket. It didn't become. They went over all the farmlands. They stuck a whole lot of bloody windmills and solar farms in Greece and many other parts, and reduced their own domestic production. That's why they're in the situation of, being an exporter in the past of food commodities to being an importer now. And Italy's even worse. They're in a real dire strait, So this is the sort of situation, bad politics. And you got the idiots in Brussels basically say, windmills and solar farms don't take any of that gas and oil out of the Aegean, or out of the the Mediterranean, or out of the Ionian Sea, where there's shitloads. I mean, just the stuff in the south is equivalent to, and this is based on Greek geologists from the Crete University, it's about over €1 trillion. If they actually put a resource rent tax of about 33%, in about 2 decades, they'd pay all their debts off and become a very wealthy nation, like some of the Middle Eastern, UAE, those sort of places, Qatar and whatever, and supply and provide additional energy independence, also becoming a massive market for German vehicles, German technology, white goods or whatever that they produce, because these people have more money. That's a sort of Europe that could have been created, but wasn't, because of selfish nations that, had this sort of woke mentality, thinking that they were better, they were purer, They were more sacred. They were more like, they were more, pious, carbon pious, as I call them. And as a consequence, they decimated productivity, decimated competitiveness of European markets. And as a consequence, the North, because it was slightly more competitive in terms of, they came down from an expensive Deutschmark or more expensive northern currencies to a cheaper currency because they were balanced with the South, which had weaker currencies originally. And as a consequence, they got the competitive advantage of a weaker currency. The South didn't. But the South could have produced energy and other things that could have helped the North rebalance both the books, but also provide greater energy and food security for the Eurozone. This is the poor management of not trying to get Europe to work properly. And as a consequence, we're looking at selfish environmental interests, and as a consequence, it all went to shit. And it's going to go even worse. Give it time. We're just in the early stages of this unwinding sort of horror show, and it's going to get worse before it gets better. Yes. So the situation, when we look at in terms of the energy state at the moment, the energy will become more expensive as we move forward. How expensive will depend on the countries, whether they're willing to embrace gas, oil and gas and lignite. So the Poles seem to be wise enough up to that. They're actually increased their production of lignite output of energy. They've got one of the biggest factories, about well over one. I think it's the biggest one in Europe, actually, or the second biggest one. I think it is the biggest one. It's well over 5,100 plus megawatts. So they do have the biggest one. The rest of them are in China, South Korea, and Japan, in terms of size for, in terms of coal-fired power stations. Countries like, Bulgaria, they've got a couple of nuclear power stations, so that gives them a bit of energy security. Some other countries, like, as Alex said, they got the Northern Sea, the gas fields. France has got nuclear power stations. Even there, they could have done more, but they didn't. Probably Germany, many of the other Eastern European countries, and Central Europe are probably and Italy are probably the most vulnerable, and Southern Europe as well. Italy, Greece, Spain are probably quite vulnerable in that regard because they were sort of dependent on gas from Russia and stuff like that, or the Middle East. Spain, Greece, and Italy were getting also from Algerian natural gas as well. But it's ridiculous, when these countries have got massive deposits, they don't even touch them. Talk about madness. Having the ability to have energy security. No, we're going to comply with the rules coming out of Brussels. The Brussels people know best. Yes, they're wise people, all these bureaucrats in Brussels, don't you know? So, yeah, so that's pretty much we're heading, as DJ Projects has said, 2023. Seems like a catastrophic year. Really? Yep. Yeah, things are not looking all that friggin' good at all. So you guys are having conversations amongst yourselves. I'll continue until I find somebody that's having a conversation with me. Doubt he made it onto the ship. Oh, that's the other guy. Okay. Anyway, raw milk from Northern Europe. Irish. Yes. G'day, Neil. Good to see you, mate. It's been a while. I remember last time I saw you when we were chatting with Bart. That was a while ago. How are things up there on that front? Um, Seems like I heard that Sinn Féin are probably in with a win this time around. So the dynamics there are changing quite a bit from what I hear. Anyway, we'll move on. And those things will exacerbate. The politics will exacerbate in Europe. That will be a consequence, as well as energy becomes more expensive, your power bills and your food supply becomes more vulnerable. It's going to really make for a powder cake, unfortunately. Potentially even pulling apart the European Union. Anyway, nothing with me. Okay. Going to spend some time with my honey and eat a T-bone. Sounds like a good idea. Yes. Yes. Sounds like a very, very good idea. You can always watch this later, my dear. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tracy. Nope, I don't. I just bake or barbecue. That's the way. Harry, how do you see the role of China in all this mess? Well, they're not involved in the actual mess, but they're exploiting and taking advantage of it. Let's put it that way. So, as far as China's basically playing it close to its chest. I mean, they looked at they're very much a strategic. They move very slowly. They look at things and prepare over long periods of time. G'day, Dick. I just noticed you were there. Good to see you. And how am I doing? Yeah, I'm pretty good. Pretty good. Just sorting out things for Dad and other things like that. So I've been busy with a lot of family-related things, primarily, less with me. I did have the flu for 2 days, which knocked me about a bit, but that's about it as far as, any issue with me. It was very minor. So, yeah, maybe my life's boring. I need to have a bit more adventure. More things happen to me. Probably not. I'd rather be a bit... let it be boring. There's enough controversy and other things happening out there. I don't need more in my life. Look, when it comes to China, obviously they're trying to exploit the situation. They're trying to pull woo, grab onto Russia, because Russia gives them energy and mineral security. Massive, Pretty much there was a tag war. China was trying to pull Russia towards itself, and on the other hand, Germany was trying to pull Russia towards Europe. Again, remember the two wars against Russia are all about energy and resources, and because it's a breadbasket. Russia, Ukraine, shitloads of oil and gas and minerals and food. Okay, so that's the reason. Nothing wrong with being boring. Yeah, thanks. I'm still an excitable person, but I don't need things to go wacky in my life to give me, that's not the sort of what I would classify as fun or anything like that. Exactly. So I would say when it comes to China, they've been looking at the strategic conflicts of the past, in particular the War of the Pacific. So they've been studying carefully how the Americans beat the Japanese, and have been putting into place a lot of changes to their military posture and building towards a plan which will give them the ability to get to the second chain. And that's where they really want to be, at the second chain barrier, to be able to create an aerial denial to the US and then challenge the US. And they've already started much earlier than I expected. But maybe because of the unfolding crisis in the Ukraine, they say, maybe it's time now to build the second chain. They moved into the Solomon Islands. They're starting to move into other sort of islands around the world to sort of build up a strategic alliance, bases and stuff like that. So they've moved faster than I thought, and I think that they see the US is caught up, and most of NATO are caught up so much focused on that part of the world, the Russia situation, that they're shifting their focus. They're moving a bit faster on that front. The funny thing was that Australian government, some politicians came out and said we should bomb the Solomon Islands, and I go, isn't that what Russia did when the Ukraine said they want to join NATO? Talk about hypocrisy. God almighty. You can't, you Solomon Islands don't have the right to join whoever you like, but the Ukrainians do, I mean, give us a break. But this is what these woke people and all these people, they'll justify their own and all that. Now, obviously for Australia, it is an existential threat, The Monroe doctrine that the Americans have, like Monroe, this was back in the previous century, that any other, like then it was any European power come and try to influence the Western Hemisphere. The Western Hemisphere is basically the Americas. We will intervene and attack that country. Talk about who cares about international law. If you ally yourself with a European power, you're creating an existential threat to the US, we're going to invade you. It's exactly what the Russians did to the Ukraine. So neither is right. Neither policy is right. But that's what they imposed, the same policy that the Americans would have imposed and actually did put into practice with the Cuban invasion, which failed. And then the Cubans brought the Russian missiles over, and that way they were able to acquire an agreement that guaranteed their sovereignty. But they would no longer bring any foreign military forces, but it guaranteed. But it denied them the right to actually determine their own sovereign sort of, defense posture, like these countries are actually asking now, and Russia is denying them. So it's big power politics. It's why these big powers like China, Russia, and the US have not signed up to the International Court of Justice. Why? Because the invasion of Iraq would have meant that an Iraqi citizen could go to the International Court of Justice and demand that somebody like George W. Bush be tried for crimes against humanity for invading his country. Got it? That's why they want to try everyone else, but not themselves. Talk about hypocrisy, but that's what big powers do. Let's just be honest about it. So I needed to cover that, but the role in the mess is China's just picking up opportunities. That's all at this stage. They're not really getting heavily involved. They're trying to act neutral, but they're picking up opportunities left, right, and centre. They're preparing for the future battles, not today's. Got it? That's all they're doing at this stage. They're trying to ride under the radar, so to speak. Smart of them. Let alone they had a little get together with the Chinese central governor of the Chinese central bank, had a meeting with the head of the Japanese central bank. This was back in June or July, I can't remember exactly, to talk about the US currency. And they've actually reduced their holdings of US debt. That means they're de-dollarizing. So when you move away from somebody's debt, you are moving away from their currency to support their currency, so to speak. Talk about bedfellows. Hostile. One's an ally of the US, one isn't. The world is a very strange place when it comes to economic interests. So there are a lot of other things happening in the background, these little things. Japan, on the other hand, when food supply is actually going around trying to get future contracts on food because of the 35%, they can actually buy at a premium to guarantee next year's supply. and a number of other countries that have got the money are doing that, which means that the countries that don't are going to be hit even harder. That's why I'm saying Turkey in particular, Egypt, and some of Indonesia and a few other countries are going to be hit. Italy are going to be hit much harder because they can't secure these future contracts. They will have to pay at a higher price for their food, stuff, and energy. So that's going to be an interesting sort of development. Let's put it that way. G'day, Lukey. Gary? Anyway, I now think Carnivore has given me oxalate dumping issues, diverticulitis. I had to add back some tea, occasionally carbs, and things are improving. Have you come across? Yeah, I had that. I've talked about it before. Where have you been living? Under a tree? Under a bushel? Yeah, talk about a bushel. Tea. Lilith? Yeah, I went through 2 years of that, of oxalate dumping, and used citric acid to basically deal with it. So you can go on and off and just, it is a bit of a problem. It's a hassle, let's put it that way. And that it is used, that is exactly right, because I don't have diverticulitis. It's not caused by oxalate dumping. It's just caused by fibre, and that's correct, Alex. But eventually, you obviously, when you do get oxalate dumping and you've got diverticulitis pre-existing, it's going to be a hell of a lot more painful in that regard, yes. Yeah, well, you've improved. You've basically bounced back because you sent me an email, so you're doing much better now. No longer at risk, so to speak, which is good. I'm glad to hear that. But yeah, that's the bit of the hassle if you've got a lot of stored from previous, because you were I can't remember. I think you were vegan for a while period and vegetarian, so that means you've got accumulated oxalates. It's just it's one of those problems. I think everybody in the carnivore diet, when they do shift, if they've had a lot of plants in their diet, coming from a sad diet, you don't have as much. Most of mine were picked up in those couple of years doing paleo and keto. And I was doing a lot of spinach, which accumulated shitloads, which, I wish I knew. Yep, she is. Anyway, oh, I forgot about my coffee. It's still getting cold. Thanks for reminding me, Alex. Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. G'day, Raymond. Good to see you, mate. Hello, beautiful. How are you, Edic, as well? Yeah, so things are going to are changing dramatically through this year. Now, how bad things are going to get is very hard to see. But you've got lunatics like this still talking about climate change, and we've got one of the biggest food crises coming. That's the problem. These people cannot get it together. They're so caught up in ideology that even kibble, even our vegan friends are going to suffer severely because kibble is going to become expensive. You can torment them with a steak. If you see a vegan, struggling, buying these quinoa or some piece of nutritional poison, you can always just do that steak. What a bite! Yes. EU wants the Dutch to ditch their gas and force everyone to go liquid gas from the USA. They're just crazy. They are absolutely batshit crazy. That's why, what he said, the Europeans are even doing it better. They are batshit crazy. Those people in Brussels, somebody should, well, I shouldn't say this because I'll probably get banned, but, yeah, those assholes in Brussels have, they are lunatics. People need to basically protest outside there and basically tell them that they need to close down that whole bureaucracy because it's useless. It's destroying Europe. The best thing people could do in Europe to save Europe is to get rid of the Brussels bureaucracy. Simple. Go back to the old rules where they basically had the nations, which it made an agreement, like the old EU. That's what they need. Or set up a proper federation or confederation, some sort of structure to have proper and get rid of that old bureaucracy that was set up to basically protect vested interests. That's what it was. And now it's become so woke and so demented that it's destroying Europe. I mean, how ridiculous. Let's bring LNG from the US, which is more expensive, has more sulfur in it, which means needs more refining. More refining means more emissions. And the gas from the North Sea has, obviously the gas in, has, because it's from gas fields, not from shale fields, which tend to have more sulfur, has less sulfur, has less refining costs, less emissions in comparison. And these people then are saying that is better because they're so demented. They say we don't care about what, this is virtual signaling. We don't care what the Asians are doing, pumping out like there's no tomorrow. They've tripled their production since the last sort of agreements or whatever. They don't give a shit. They're not crazy. They want good living standards. As far as they're concerned, they think we're crazy, and they're right. Because when you've got a Brussels bureaucracy, what do you expect? They're just lunatics, absolute lunatics, these people. And you're right, Dick. Those people are they've lost the plot. How can you basically want to replace, and not only that, it affects the balance of payments. It actually impoverishes Europe. It actually increases their debt to GDP as a European entity. How friggin' batshit crazy can you be? Is beyond a joke. Crazy, Biggest problem in Europe is the Brussels bureaucracy. I don't think people understand that, how much power has been given to these bastards and how much power they yield in manipulating policy in the EU. It's about time some of the politicians had some backbone in Europe, stood up to them, talked about their actual dismantling of that bureaucracy. Create a new type of structure where they can actually have an entity created somewhere, and that entity can be basically from all the governments. They can second their own people to these joint type. You can do it now online and all that, where they can actually develop policy, where they jointly discuss and work out all their differences and develop a unified framework for all countries to work. As a consequence of that, you'd end up with policies which are much closer to the centre, because all the extremists will be drowned out, that have to come to a more central position, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to agree. And that would eliminate the extremist in Eastern Europe and the extremist on the left in the other part, and you'll end up with more centralist policies, which would make more sense. They'd be more practical. We need practical solutions to problems that are being man-made, because that's what they are. It's just ridiculous. So, yeah, careful what you wish, Adek. Ditching the whole that's like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. The last time we broke down as European unity, we had First World War and Second World War and a whole lot of other European wars. So we need to be very careful what we ask for. So, but or even go back to the original plan. That would be probably a better idea. Either that, something like that, the European Economic Community, at least. Yeah, that's true. But at this stage, there are too many. There's a Maastricht Treaty. There's too many things that have tied Europe together. It's very hard to unravel. But what you could do is you basically could dismantle that bureaucracy and create a new sort of, intergovernmental policy framework in which appointed, seconded officials from the different ministries and different departments within the different European countries work together on common European policy. So you would end up with a more central policy that everybody would accept. Not the extremists, but they would come up with practical solutions everybody could agree with. That would end up with a better solution in the long run. It's not perfect. I would never claim that it's perfect, but yeah. But it would end up far better than what they've got. Currently, it's an absolute friggin' mess. That's why you get this sort of lunatic policies. Let's ditch gas. Let's not get any gas out. I mean, I'll give you an example in Greece because I'm more aware because I keep an eye on the Greek the politics there. I'll give you an example. They've passed a piece of legislation which was produced and created in Brussels, adopted by the Greek government, and pretty much now what happens is all these green groups can actually take to court all these companies try to invest in petrochemicals and shut them down. And the Greek government says, we can't do it, it's all in the courts. Well, you actually pass the legislation. You can get rid of that legislation and replace it. And then the problem goes away. And those companies can invest in petrochemicals. But they don't want to. So friggin' brainwashed. And this is a conservative government. You can imagine the rest, the left and the others, completely off the planet. They're deluded, pretty much. For the Greek people, I don't know who could I say to them to vote, because pretty much there's not much left in that parliament to vote for to come up with solutions. It's just, and most other countries in Europe is the same sort of mess. You can see it even in Britain. Boris the clown. Even he's basically, uber climate, uber coal is bad. Same mentality. He's conservative. Same bloody mentality. They're all crazy. They're all freaking crazy. What do you do with those politicians? I think European citizens need to create new parties that actually want to rebuild European security and European prosperity. A new type of, political party, a centrist party, to embrace all the population, the majority, the silent majority, that just want sensible policies. That's what needs to be created in Europe. Can it be created in time? I don't think so, unfortunately. But should people attempt to do it? Possibly. They should. Because if they don't, things could end up far worse in Europe. Europe is not looking good. It's a region where things could collapse big time, because most of they don't produce enough energy, they don't produce enough food, and they've got a lot of debts, and their balance of payments aren't very good on the general basis. So you're on dusters with Bart. He turned up at the previous one, but he said, I knew that he wouldn't turn up at night because now they're 2 hours ahead, so it's 9:30 in Kiwi land, so it's a bit late. By the time he turns up, it'll get late for him, So he doesn't mind coming into the early ones, but he's hardly ever come to a late one. He has on one occasion. But I think at the time Pim was away, so he was just lounging around at home. Yes, that's. I could spend hours, talking about these lunatics in Brussels. But yeah, I think you guys get the gist of what I'm trying to say. They are beyond the pale. Harry, how do you accumulate so many geopolitical knowledge? Actually, geopolitics and stuff like that. As before I got into actual nutrition, political geography. That's why I probably end up in cartography and mapping, because one of my favourite subjects as a teenager was political geography, geopolitics, and stuff like that, military affairs, and stuff, of that nature. So that's what I had a lot of knowledge in from a very young age. So now it's second nature to me in that regard. And history, I love history. I'm really much of a history buff as well. I know not only about Greece, but also many other parts of the world, even in Asia and other, their histories and stuff like that. So I've got very good extensive knowledge in history as well. So they were my sort of favourite sort of extracurricular activities, you could say, on the side. I wasn't a bookworm necessarily. I sort of started as was more into sports and stuff like that as a youngster. Even played soccer, but as a late bloomer, you could say, as a teenager, I changed neighbourhoods. We're in a upper middle class neighbourhood. The kids were making fun of me because my knowledge was very limited. So for whatever reason, I just decided there and then I'm going to learn everything and outbeat them. And I did. And now I've basically, have developed a mentality where I can just suck knowledge. And it's the reason why I was able to learn a lot about nutrition very fast, because I have that ability. Whatever I get stuck into and have an interest in, I'm like a sponge. Even in older age, it doesn't faze me at all. I've always pursued knowledge, understanding how things work, and realizing that one thing that probably annoys me the most is that I have the realization, and that's even from an earlier age, that I could live multiple lifetimes and never learn everything. That was the most disappointing thing of all. And I realized that the only thing I could do to mitigate that is trying to learn as much as possible in the least amount of time that I had. So that's probably why I have that sort of attitude. And have ended up with extensive knowledge in these things. And I can see these sort of patterns in why I sort of have even long-term prediction where I know human nature. I know where things are going to go. I can expect things. As I said, in the situation where I came across a con artist, I picked up immediately, and then the family realised after who they were. I'm a bit street smart as well, because one of my cousins taught me how to card count and do all this. It was dodgy as dog shit, but he helped me become street smart, and these other kids forced me out of pressure to outdo them to become book smart. So I've got both as a consequence of the way the environment around how it actually influenced me to take these two directions. So it's interesting, my life. I wouldn't change it at all, because I wouldn't be who I am, basically. So I think there's a bit of accident there as well with a lot of these things. But yeah, that was my first love and still is, geopolitics. But the reason why I set up the YouTube thing wasn't to do geopolitics, was more to do basically nutrition. I'd suffered my own health issues, so that was my focus, Michael. Now, Mikhaili, now it's basically, occasionally I do these sort of things because I think it's really important that people know what's happening, the backstories, the geopolitics, some of that sort of stuff. Like, for instance, a recent meeting in NATO where they were talking about some of the equipment, the artillery equipment. So I picked up on that very early. Some people are starting to filter out, but it's still not filtering out. But they are trying to get, by June, July, massive amounts of artillery pieces. Even for Greece, the old, the M110s, the big 203 millimeter ones off some of the islands, which they shouldn't be doing. Anyway, that's a different story altogether. So there's a lot of things happening around the world in terms of pre-positioning certain countries, their alliances. And actually, as I said, currently there's a Eurasian alliance of 3.5 billion people, but it's not a solid alliance. And then you've got the sort of the what we call the West, which is a loose sort of thing, Western Europe, North America, some other parts of the world, including Australasia, about a billion odd, and the other 3 odd, billion people are sitting on the sidelines, waiting to see which side to pick. So we're in an interesting time in history, a very interesting time in history. Anyway, very good. I think we covered that. They're going to starve us, create chaos. It's going to, according to the plan. It's definitely heading that way. Let's put it that way. They have really upended the system severely on the food side and in the energy side. And they're still talking woke. It's ridiculous. Thank you. Thank you. I think I did thank you before. Yes. Some do believe that in the State Department, but they're lunatics. DJ Projectus, they will unleash forces that they can't control, and they're about to create one of the biggest geopolitical blocks in the world. They're about to just stick together, massive, Eurasian power, a superpower bigger than America in capability in terms of industrial and commodities. Crazy stuff. They can't even see it. They think that they can weaken and take control of Russia and then go after China. That was the whole plan, but it's going not exactly the way they want it, because the more they try and humiliate and bring down Russia, the more they'll resist, and the more they'll be pushed towards the Chinese. It's madness. So, yeah. I mean, the war is part of the geopolitical agenda to fight over the supremacy of the dollar. It's really the dollar as a reserve currency. It's shifted down to about 50% of global trade and diminishing. So this is a war for the US dollar. So there is, it's Ukraine has been sacrificed basically, and so is Europe for that reason. The dominance of, will China, the yuan, or the US dollar dominate the world? That's what it's all about, at the heart of it. The woke agenda just exacerbates things. The woke agenda is making things worse and more unstable. So it's because these politicians forgot the most essential rule: the energy potentiality of a system. It's energy, you fools. And with energy, you can actually produce all the goods and services you require. Not enough energy? That doesn't work anymore. And then you end up with the inflationary pressures, or stagflationary, or hyperinflation at the end game. You can't basically, if you've got a supply issue, you cannot basically print your way out of a crisis. Printing more euros or dollars or all that won't get you more energy or food. Just won't. So bloody crazy what's happening out there. Oh, good for you. Yes, I hope you're having it in the evening and enhancing it with taurine and with blue blocking protocol. Anyway, 3-day water fast should get things on the right path. Lukey's still around. I forgot to ask him whether he wanted to come on or not. Anyway, he's probably done a runner because he's got work. That's right, because it is a weekday. So I sometimes need to remind me of that. Christina, good to see you here. Thank you. Yeah, I know a lot of people, it's a work day. I just flexed off basically because I've got my regular sort of stuff, and I needed to do these videos because it was these live streams, because it was really important for people to understand where we're going, where we're heading, and that people need. If I was to buy any land now, I'd buy agricultural land, but which isn't too far away from a city centre, so I can still sell my surplus to get other things. And definitely I'd put, things like precious metals and, things like that aside as well, because they're going to be more valuable in a world where you've got constraints, energy constraints and food constraints and raw materials in general constraints. So, those are the things sort of preparing for the coming crisis, because it's going to be severe, believe me. I think most people don't realize, especially in Europe and the Middle East, parts of the Middle East, not all, the Gulf Cooperation countries are probably going to do better, a bit more robust. They've got more money. They can buy things just from the sheer amount of money that they're making from energy. But those countries that don't produce much energy, like Lebanon and places like that, Turkey with hyperinflation, those countries, Egypt as well, those countries are going to be really upended big time. So there's going to be a lot of instability in the region, within the Eastern Mediterranean in particular, but even in parts of North Africa and Southeast Asia as well. Indonesia is the big flashpoint that people need to keep an eye on, the one that has the potential of internal strife accelerating compared to any other part of the Southeast Asia. And yeah, it's not looking good. And in a time when energy becomes expensive and food becomes expensive, and there are supply constraints, that means getting the stuff, the pricing, the cost goes up, and societies that have got lower living standards, they will suffer the most. That's the reality, So, and that potentially could spark off massive immigration from those parts of the world that suffer the most, probably Central America, into the US and North Africa, those sort of areas, possibly parts of Central Asia into Europe. So that's the sort of situation that's going to sort of unfold on the immigration side as well. So there'll be push factors in that regard. It's like even in Australia. I mean, we've been having boats still coming and coming and coming. It's just they never show it. The previous government didn't show it. That's why we didn't know about it. But it hasn't stopped. The reality is, that's the situation. Beef will be the highest carbon cost of all. Actually, if there is local beef production, Gary, in your area, and there's grass and it's eating grass, no, it's going to be kibble has actually been going up in price. Grain has been going up in price faster than meat. So not at all. Meat will only become expensive in societies that don't have a lot of meat production. So societies that have got limited meat production and need to import meat, in those countries, it'll go up. Like in some of the Middle Eastern countries, it'll go up. But in countries that are basically good meat producers and got a lot of domestic local meat production, no, that won't happen. So there'll still be a bit of a rise in the cost. You've still got transportation costs, getting things to market, getting things to a slaughterhouse. There's still energy required for that. So it will go up, but it won't go dramatically up. Some of the kibble has already, in some parts of the world, gone up 4 times, 400%, where meat hasn't gone up as high. So, as I said, you can put out a steak for a vegan friend. Be nice to them. Beat them on 200, 300 roos out the window. Lock and load. Get a Gatling gun. You've probably heard me say that before. You know, there's too many of them. You know, they're actually an environmental pest because they're actually causing desertification in Australia. They probably need to be culled down to numbers. I know it's sacrilege being on the coat of arms, but I'd be getting a Gatling gun and dealing with them, Gary. Bring their numbers down. Their tails are very tasty, a lot of fat in them. American population must intervene. They have the means and the evil is there. Well, I won't be telling the Americans what to do, Alex, but definitely the problem lies in America, in the US. There's the midterm elections. I'd say to the Americans, consider the future. You need to get rid of some of those people those woke people on both sides of the aisle, because there are woke people on the Democrat side and the Republican side, not only on one side. And you need to look at people who are sensible and basically want to basically promote solutions that are workable. And those solutions are to bring in cheap energy, to basically increase the manufacturing of energy. I know there's some pipeline issue in the US, out of Canada and all that. That should be built for the simple fact that the pipeline, trucks can still bring, tar oil and stuff like that, but it's expensive. It's much easier to pipeline stuff. It's more economical. The moment you have expensive, that's why pipelines are easier than LNG platforms. If you go to an LNG platform and then you basically have to liquefy something and then bring it in into a liquefied terminal, there's not many of them even in Europe. I mean, Germany doesn't even have one. They're actually building one now. That's how, how bad things are. I mean, Greece has got two, I believe, and the Netherlands have got one. I'm not sure about the other countries at the moment. But yeah, where Japan's got quite a few, China's got quite a few, so they can actually get gas from Australia primarily, which they do. But when it comes to the US currently, with the midterms, they need to basically, the upcoming elections, they call them, they need to get rid of some of those people that are green. And they are green on both sides, both in the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. And they need to get Democrats and Republicans in the system that are basically pro-energy. We need more energy. Simple as that. And if we don't get it, we're going to have big, massive friggin' problems. We also need to start supporting our farmers, both in the US, Europe, and Australasia, probably to a lesser degree here. And if we don't, we're going to see massive amounts of farmers leave the land. They just can't afford it. The cost of energy inputs, potash and many other things, have gone through the roof. Petrochemicals, fertilizers, it's just, some places have gone up 4 times. It's just not viable. Things need to change. And these people are just sitting back like this. I mean, what is wrong with these people? Why aren't they bringing in policies to deal with this? I mean, God Almighty, do they even want their poor vagoons to die out? With lack of kibble. What's wrong with them? It's freaking crazy. What can one say, Alex? It is freaking crazy. I wish I could teach you. Yep. Oh, yeah, we covered that. Yes. Very good point. Very good point. I'm just going to move through. What do they say? Just a glorified toilet here, mate. You could call it that. Rajesh, good to see you, mate. It's just, crazy. James. Ah, well, we're all late somewhere, sometime in our life. You're on dusters with Bart. uh, DC, Harry, what you're describing is alternative for EU bureaucracy. It's not exactly. The nations already have a bureaucracy. They already have a bureaucracy. Every nation has a bureaucracy. Germany has its bureaucracy. France has its bureaucracy. Greece has its bureaucracy. What it means is it brings you second people to a committee to talk about agricultural policy, energy policy, mineral policy, health policy, or whatever. Certain things that need to be done at a you know that sort of EU level. You get rid of the traditional bureaucracy, and these bureaucrats are coming from their own nation states. So they basically will want policies that basically reflect the needs of their people, and they'll come to an amicable arrangement somewhere in the middle. It's not a perfect system, but it's basically like, a federated state like Australia. It's got a central sort of authority, but at the political level, it does have representation for the states at the Senate. It's a quasi equivalent of that. So you end up at least with policies that are not being driven by an EU bureaucracy, by these nation states basically saying, we want to come to a consensus agreement that actually suits everyone and doesn't screw some people and look after some others. So they have to come to practical solutions that work for everyone. And where they can't come to practical solutions, their nation states have differentiated policy on those areas they can't agree. So no different than where state governments in a federated system will actually pursue some independent policies specific to their state. But you've eliminated the EU. You don't have a standing bureaucracy. These are just people seconded to talk about policy now and then. It's not a standing bureaucracy. It's not an alternative to you in that. It has it was allowed ministers of EU countries to hide their incapacity to avoid responsibility. Well, the reality is EU ministers are useless. They're dumb. They have no expertise. The reason why you've got bureaucracies is because you've got people with expertise to advise ministers. Do you think the ministers make decisions? Some of them are basically clowns, like Boris the clown. That's what they are. I mean, take a look at Brussels. Belgium. They didn't have a government for about a bit over a year. They end up with a surplus. The bureaucracy actually ran the country better than the actual politicians for a whole year. The bureaucracy lives forever. You still need bureaucracies have existed since the beginning of civilization. Go right back. There were people writing down how many hogs, how many bulls, how much gold plates the king had or whatever. Everything was recorded to be managed, resources and stuff like that. You still need a bureaucracy. You can't function a society. Otherwise, you end up looking like Africa with hardly any bureaucracy. Nothing gets done. Nothing gets organized. You still need some structure. Even the Athenian direct democracy still had a bureaucracy where they would appoint people on a 3-monthly basis to do this, run the different things, make sure that the water supply worked, make sure that that all the waste management, that the waste was removed, and they got paid for doing those positions. They got appointed and they got paid for the 3 months. Even the prime minister was like a prime minister equivalent, would get appointed on a 3-monthly basis. So they had a different approach to it. They had permanent people that did these works, and they had people appointed to do policy over 3 months. So every citizen got involved in the running of the society. That was a different thing. We could eventually go to something like that, but that still is a structure, a sort of an elected bureaucracy rather than an appointed bureaucracy. That's the only difference in the way. But it still has, you still need some sort of administrative structure to be able to do things. It's not, European politicians, you expect them to come up with any great ideas. The buffoons, but DC, they're useless. You know, if you basically got rid of the bureaucracy and just left the politicians, most of those societies would collapse the next day. That's how useless these people are. That's why I say we think we need them. We don't. We just need a bureaucracy and with a blockchain, direct voting, to make things happen and control the decision making to approve or disapprove with, putting certain things into, and then allowing a specialized body that's trained, that's got the knowledge, people that have done public administration, people that have basically done, science in certain areas like in health or whatever, to run those areas. Politicians can't do that. They don't have the competencies. So you definitely need a bureaucracy. But what you don't need is this manifestation that happened in this heart of Europe, which is not controlled by politicians. See, the nation states have their own bureaucracy and they run them. And it's the politicians that get elected and they control the direction of policy in those bureaucracies. Those bureaucracies don't do as they like. In Europe, on the other hand, because there is no real central government, they created a bureaucracy to basically administer EU policy and all that. But they've actually become like their own power base. They now dictate policy over the whole political system. That's the problem. You've got people with very strange ideas basically dictating over all these different countries that have got a lot of different vested interests, a lot of different problems and priorities in a collaborative way where you've got bureaucrats seconded to basically every year to look at, they don't have to be the same people, but to look at coming up with solutions for the whole thing, which we all agree. So nobody gets screwed in that sort of decision-making process. Then it comes back for the politicians to endorse that framework and put it and allow it to be implemented at a European-wide thing. You would end up with much more reasonable, balanced views because, countries like Italy would say, we need gas. And the Northerners would have to agree because basically if you want a consensus, you've got to come to an agreement, an arrangement. Otherwise, those countries can independently then follow their own policies. Now they can't because they get sanctioned by the EU bureaucracy. That's the problem. They've become far too powerful. So it's a very different thing. You've got to understand public administration, and I have experience in it, so I do understand how it works. Not sure fasting for 3 days is a good idea. Well, if you're underweight, probably not a good idea. Let's put it that way. The occasional, doing an occasional now and then is okay, but yes. Senolytics and apoptosis via senolytics can achieve very good things as well. DCER promises mucking up our country, but couldn't care less. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, precisely. So God, I wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't put my basically faith in some of these nutters. Oh, thank you, Adek. Thank you. Yeah. At the end of the day, you've got to think practically. You've got to think, most people, reasonable people, will come up with solutions, things that work. The problem is most people are driven by politics. I learnt a long time ago, which was a good thing, because I had differing politics. I tend to call myself, I'm an eclectic person. That means some of the stuff that I will say will sound lefty, some of the stuff will centre left, and some of the stuff I will say will sound centre right. And people say, well, I don't follow an ideology, and I don't really follow any, ism, so to speak. What I'm following is practical solutions, things that work. How do you actually make things work? And you make adjustments. What works and what doesn't work? And you think they can't do it? Haven't you seen how many times there's been a massive crisis? Politicians on both sides of the aisle have come together in national unity and have come up with pretty good practical solutions in some cases. So the problem is ideology gets in the way in most cases. And until you get to a crisis, they're having fistfights over ideology until they get to the crisis when that's when all of them could lose and they're forced to do something. At the moment, they haven't realized how dangerous the situation is. That's what they don't realize, So, yes. Still have egg yolks. Yep. Love egg yolks. I had actually 6 eggs today. I had made some lamb chops, and this is before I started the live stream, and also I had about 6 fried eggs as I love them fried. That was really nice. Oh God, they were nice, I have to say. What she means, she's part of the Benelux countries. Ah, yes. Butters the buffoon. Yes, he signed away your health to the WHO, exactly. Yes, the pandemic plan. I suspect Australia's going to do the same friggin' thing as well with the current government. New Zealand are definitely going to, with those lunatics down there with Jacinda. Hard. Yes. So, yes, not looking bloody good. Oops. A lot of personal conversations makes you. Pages flooded with videos of John Depp trials even before watching anything. Well, it seems that you've been looking at too much of that. Actually, I'll show you. I sent this to Bart. I've still got it here. I just realised. You're talking about Johnny Depp. Yeah, you're looking at too many crime things. That's why. That's what I'm looking at. I'll just zoom in a bit. Oh God. So as you can see, YouTube brought up this hypersonic missiles, the Greek army, and stuff like that. So it's all geopolitics related, and the rest is Bart. Because I look at Bart stuff. As I said, I don't get a chance to watch a lot of other people's stuff, and because I watch a lot of Bart stuff, that always appears on my thing on my channel when I do go and do YouTube, and it goes bang there. I sent it through to him as a laugh. And I said, and I remind him. I said, "Look, I don't actually watch it for you, Bart. I'm just letting you know. It's just for the TED effect." And I said, so once I said, if you put more TED, I'll actually watch more of your stuff more often, and it'll actually go all Bart. So a bit like that on that, along those lines. I didn't actually word it exactly like that, but you know what I mean. Yes. Oh, you're looking at too much snuff stuff, at DJ Projectors. So, a dick. YouTube is still trying to make me go vegan. They should do their homework exactly. They've realised that because every morning, it's usually because by the time I get ready, Bart's already had his because he does it for North America, and then I get to work, and then on my break when I get a chance, if I don't have a meeting in the morning, I basically then watch it, just listening to it as I'm doing my work. And so that's the only thing I tend to watch. And then one or two of geopolitical stuff, this Lumber Skies, and he has a few characters. like John Muzzies, who's a well-known geopolitical person in Greece, and a few others. One of the guy that's in France that basically is a Greek bloke at a university there, and a few others that I listen to. And it tends to basically show those things, and obviously some of the military stuff, just to know what's happening on that front with China, hypersonics in particular, because it's all, big artillery. As I said earlier, they're trying to make even artillery now that goes 2,000 kilometers going to be like artillery and rockets, the future, and robotics, and yeah, it's going to be different style of warfare that's unfolding. Yes, so it's interesting to keep up to date with some of that sort of stuff. See how things are going to. That makes it even greater risk for average citizens and civilians on the sort of technology that's being developed currently and deployed. Yes, at least we are prepared. The majority are still in denial. Yeah, I know. It definitely is going to be a shock, a big shock to them. A horrendous shock for a lot of these people. I don't think most people even understand. They just don't want to. They don't want to listen. I was chatting with one person. I brought this up, and the person just walked away from me. A deck, literally walked away from me. They'll probably be apologising next year, but they literally walked away with me. They did not want to talk. So yeah, what can you say? It's just I'm going to stick my head in the sand. I don't want to hear bad news. It's not going to happen. Yeah, it's crazy. We are going to experience regular blackouts as well. Yeah, definitely, that's going to happen. It's already happening to a small degree in different parts of the world due to the current grid configurations, because they weren't meant to have so much solar and wind integrated into them. They're just not designed. They're not decentralized, and they're not basically robust with enough transformers to basically balance out the energy inputs coming into the grid. So you need a smart grid, and currently we have a more traditional grid, which we've sort of stuck a whole lot of things. Nobody wants to invest in building poles and wires because that increases the cost. Nobody wants to do that, and as a consequence, we've got a jerry-rigged grid system, and that's why we get these blackouts as well, and they will increase. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm surrounded by dairy cows. I think I'm going to taking up hunting. My dairy carbon limit is fine. uh, she'll be out there at night under the tit, trying to get some milk out of the cow. uh, you gotta get nutrition somehow. Why? Yep, exactly. Uh, it's going to be a funny future in some areas. Believe me, it's going to be a funny. Yes, the local farmers. Yes, support them definitely. We need to keep them viable, And the actual chops that I bought was from the farmers market, so it was local farmers and all that. And that's the thing. This Sunday, when I need to go down there and get some of my beef bacon. I've missed that. I've run out. I did buy quite a bit last time. And Hello Kitty said, "Haven't you bought enough?" And I said, "No." And so, yeah. So basically, I've run out, and that's what I thought. And then I looked at the lamb chops, and I said, "Yeah, they're nice as well. Let's have lamb chops, and some fried eggs." So that's what I eventually did do. But I'll tell you, if I had beef bacon in the fridge, it would have been beef bacon and eggs. So, Harry, how long spike proteins would stay in the body before flushing out after double dose vaccine? Still, people are dying of cardiac arrest after years of second vaccine in India. Yeah, look, it's a problem, mate. It's a problem, especially with the replicating stuff and all that. Poor immune system also means that they don't. Biggest problem is the immune system. A lot of us have got too much cytokine T cells, not enough naive T cells to clear out that sort of stuff. That's a vitamin D issue, and it's also a taurine issue. So if you're not getting enough animal foods, which is taurine, to activate those naive T cells that are being stem cell produced in the bone marrow by vitamin D, and then to be activated in the thymus, which is in that middle part of, and part of the other parts of the immune system within the lymphatic nodes and everywhere else, you're not going to have the capacity to clear out that stuff. Most people, due to modern lifestyle and diets and vitamin D status and all that, tend to be running a much weaker immune system. And the more you assault the body with vaccines and the actual virus itself, you actually cause senescence. Now, unlike, the thing that, I'll give you an example. The thing that kills you with Ebola is severe extreme senescence of the immune system, and then everything goes to shit. Your body collapses because it just overwhelms all the organs and all that, and you start bleeding yourself. It just damages your cells, your endothelium. The immune system can be ravaged by diseases like extreme. It seems like something about the spike in COVID-19 plus the vaccines that are using that, and especially the ones that are proliferating, the mRNA and all that actually create a bigger viral load, a spike load in the system, seem to basically increase the senescence of the immune system. And the greater immune senescence means that you've got a weaker capacity to respond and clear it out. Most people don't realize that, and as a consequence, they've got underlying low-grade inflammation and production of and this stuff in their system, creating this autoimmune reactivity. And it can manifest itself as certain cardiac symptoms, brain things. People are feeling brain fogged, or they are feeling fatigued. There are a lot of different symptoms depending on which tissue types and where it actually ends around the body, in what concentrations. It tends to have a lot of different symptomatology. A lot of work was done. There's a guy, a medical doctor, I forget his name. If anybody can remember him, can you please put him in the chat? He's out of South Africa, and he's dealt with a lot of clients that have got these sort of long COVID or long vax type symptoms. And he's sort of put them on a whole lot of things to help clear it out and support the immune system, including vitamin D as well. He's not up to date on the taurine side of things, but at least he's on some of the other stuff that helps as well, using also ivermectin to reduce replication, and also then to boost the immune system with some of the other stuff to clear some of that stuff out. So that's part of it, and having a strong vegetarian culture there, and also darker skinned people are more indoors now compared to the past, not getting enough vitamin D. Their vitamin D status will be poor. Their intake of taurine, because they are not consuming as much animal foods as they used to in the past. Even the vegetarians are consuming far more oils and less dairy fats like they used to in the past. And so all these reasons are making them more vulnerable as a consequence. There was a study out of Israel recently showed an increase in cardiac incidents again. And there's been a couple of others as well that are showing similar things. These are the things that we talked about, these sort of issues. I did a video about, the sort of the mRNA technology and the future risks in regards to this problem. So yeah, it is a problem currently. And unless people are aware of how to deal with it, how to support their immune system, how to rebuild their immune system with a 3-day fast to clear it, and then support it with taurine and other animal foods plus vitamin D in high doses to try and rebuild a stronger immune system that will then clear out, and then provide taurine supplementation to protect the immune system from senescence, because when it attacks these foreign it does get damaged. It becomes more senescent. So you need to basically support it as well, because it does have this sort of antioxidant type effect. It's sort of the antioxidant effect. It's not like a direct, like an electron donor. It's not that. Vitamin E, vitamin C, glutathione, they're electron donors. They give electrons to stabilize stuff that actually has become unstable due to loss of an electron. That's what makes them more prone to oxidation. But what it does is it regulates the immune response and the immune system, and it regulates sort of the antioxidant system, so it actually works better. It's a different way of doing it. So as I said, it's a master regulator, for a lot of things, including the immune system and certain immune functions. Yeah, look, it's a problem. It's a problem. It's a problem in a number of countries. Our kibble culture is not helping, because it's bad enough we hang things up for months before they even get to the supermarket, and so they've got diminished levels of taurine. And then if you're eating less, it's you're not getting enough these important sulfur amino acids. Plus, indoors, not outdoors, we're not getting enough of the other stuff that we need. It's just, we've really changed our lifestyle and eating patterns and caused a lot of problems for ourselves, unfortunately. Yeah. Not a problem, ABK. I'm glad you're enjoying it. We don't even get to choose who we send to the EU to represent us. Yeah, I know. It's crazy, isn't it? So, even your representatives are a joke, and they can't do much because they just get told by the bureaucracy, this is what you're going to do. And then the governments are told to agree or not agree. And so all these things, these think tanks that are run by these misanthropists, as I call them, these elites that control the EU bureaucracy, they tell them what to write, then they send it to the politicians to endorse it. And sometimes the politicians will disagree and it'll go back. But in most cases, they just rubber stamp everything. May make a few amendments here or there. Most of it gets rubber stamped and goes through. They just they got the job, the cushy job. They're in a European Parliament. They're just enjoying the good life, these representatives, because they're not. It's not like a domestic politician, which is accountable to the electorate. They're so remote in Brussels. Most of the people in Greece, Germany and all that don't even know what those people are doing. Those EU politicians that they elected. They don't even know. They just say, oh, look, I vote for this political party. I'll vote for that person to go to the European Parliament to represent me. But they don't even care, because most of their concerns are localised. So these people just do whatever they like. They have a good life with the bureaucrats. Wine and dine, and, not a bad, not a good life for some, if you can get it. Exactly. Yes. Precisely. I actually don't even see them in that way. I see them as what is practical and what can work. At the end of the day, if something doesn't work, you jettison and try something that does. That is the way to go about the way you do things. I gave up on ideology a long time ago because I realized isms don't solve problems; they just make more problems and increase hatred and many other things that are very dangerous. Still trying to make yes, exactly. Yes, still trying to make me watch a whole lot of Bart stuff, and he's not even satisfying my TED, requirements. Recently, he said he's going to make 2 videos, this week. I'm holding him to it. We've missed TED, God, he's the star, really. Let's be honest. He's the real star. Mm. The other thing, the other thing was funny. Did you know? I was hoping you'd turn up tonight. The one that he did on Jimmy Moore just tonight, that he actually showed on Jimmy Moore and all that. That's interesting. What's happening there? I have no idea. So it'd be interesting to find out what's happening. I actually did a bit of a Google search. I couldn't find. I was finding all these other Jimmy Moores. I didn't realise it is a common name. A whole lot of other people that have done all sorts of things, nefarious things, and then you'd look at the photo, you go, no, that's not him. So I haven't come up across one with him in it. So yeah, somebody must have sent it to Bart, but I don't know where. I haven't asked him. But he actually said something that along the lines about to his Kiwi mate, to Kiwi something, some guy about coming in and playing music in his lawn and stuff like that, and then he made that sort of grunt noise of a lamb, and I'm going, that's sign language in Kiwi. Verbal sign language in Kiwi. I was going to wind him up about that. I think it's a slip of the tongue. So I didn't get a chance. So that would have been a funny moment. So yes, maybe he knew I slipped up. Harry's probably noticed. I better not turn up. Yes. Yeah, we Aussies, if we can get an opportunity to stick it to our cousins across the pond in Kiwi land, we do. And they do it to us. I don't know why people are blaming the Who, one of the greatest rock bands ever. Nice one, Michael. Nice one. Thinking outside the box. Uh, my partner enjoys listening to Ice Age Farmer. Interesting stuff too. Oops. Do you think the Australian government's super pension have any chance of being defaulted upon in any sort of financial crisis in the future? Actually, large parts of the super is actually invested overseas. So that's probably the one safety aspect of it, not domestically. But could it basically be pilfered potentially? Remember, the governments around the world remember the accounts in Greece and Cyprus were pilfered by the Greek and Cypriot government. That can happen even here. And there was talk about trying to get super to be invested in Australian programs. And that was concerning because when they say that, I'm going, okay, it's one encouraging in to invest directly, set up something that is viable and invest it. If it's infrastructure or whatever, it can be monetized. But when they actually talk in vagueness like that, I go, that is concerning. So because it's other people's money, that's why that was concerning. Feeling hopeless if it's okay to starve myself on salt potatoes and water for a month. Potash and salt, potash and water. No, it's not that bad. Look, it's going to be hard, but look, people need to prepare for the coming situation. I've got a whole cans of sardines, and I've got my fridge filled up with with meat to the hilt. And a lot of frozen. Maybe people should consider even getting a second-hand deep fridge, buying a second-hand deep fridge and putting it in their homes, and later in the middle part of the year, as prices start shifting, consider going out, buying a big animal, getting it slaughtered by a farmer, and sticking it in the fridge so they've got quite a bit of food going forward. So I think those are options that people can use. So that's what I would do, La La Land, to to basically, there's no reason to basically feel hopeless. You've got information now. Start acting on, look at your resources, what capacity you've got. I don't know what your financial state is, and look at how you can mitigate some of these, how you can prepare, maybe even consider, your own housing arrangements. You've got other family members and friends and stuff like that may be in a similar situation. There's a lot of things people can do. People could basically, I remember one group of people, what they did was they were in a sort of a retirement, sort of age bracket or close to that. And what they did was a couple of people got together, older people. They bought a big farm in a nice rural area, and they basically had their own animals and some vegetables or whatever. But they'll obviously eating a mixed diet. You can just have animals and, in that regard. Plus, they were able to, build small little units. So it was low cost. So there are a lot of things that people. So in that case, even solar or wind to provide some intermittent power for those people and battery storage, off the grid type thing. There are always options for people out to do other things. When big crises happen, people in rural areas do better. Let me put it that way. They do far better than city slickers. And that's been, you see wars and stuff like that. It was people in the cities that were starving in the Second World War, not in rural areas as much, unless they were directly affected by forces. So, hurry. When eggs, fish, meat are banned, what would be your choice of foods to survive? I don't think that's going to happen, honestly. You take a look at what happened recently when we had a lot of in the supermarkets. They were all bare. The only things that weren't consumed in large amounts that were still on the shelves were the Beyond Meats and stuff like that. People know good quality food. They may be manipulated on things, but they know fake meat from real meat. They haven't fallen for that yet. Maybe some of the younger generations in a generation or two may be thinking like that, but people like us are not prepared to put up with that. And I can tell you, politicians know there would be a massive rebellion on their hands. Now, where the concern is going to be? Not with our generation. It's going to be those people that are in their 20s and teenage years that are being brainwashed right now. When they get to our age, they'll be making different choices. That's when there's a risk to the food supply far bigger than today. Today, the risk of the food supply is the lack of food because of poor policy and the lack of energy, again, due to poor policy. That's really, what the issues are today. But that's not going to happen in, our lifetime. But it will possibly, there is a risk in a generation from now. There's a definite risk for that, because the younger population now are so damn woke and so manipulated. It's crazy out there. Oh, look, nobody knows. I mean, I tried to see whether I could find something in deck, but I couldn't. So I said, well, fine. We don't know. We'll wait and see, and we'll find out eventually, Okay. HD meat. What was all the talk with the pipeline about Israelis through the Mediterranean? I guess it might be due to natural gas. Oh, yeah, that's the East Med pipeline. That's well, the Turks were trying to encourage them to put something through there, but they wouldn't. That's not a goer. And then there was a bit of talk of putting it through past Lebanon, but that's not a goer either, because there are a lot of issues there as well. What the Israelis have decided to do is to pump it down to Egypt. There's a gas terminal there, and then ship it up to Alexandropoli, which is the city on Western Thrace in Greece, and then pump it up to there with ships, which the Greek merchant navy is going to make good money from that, and they will then be able to pump it into Europe from there. So that's the current thinking. There was talk about building a gas pipeline that would cost about $6+ billion, and that gas pipeline would have an interconnector at the center, close to the south of Cyprus, and it would have a connector coming in from Israel, a connector coming in from Egypt, and then that would go directly through the exclusive economic zone of Cyprus, Greece, onto Crete, and from Crete right up the west coast, and then into Italy, and from northern Italy into the west, into Central Europe. So that was the plan to be pushed, and that was being pushed by Netanyahu when he was in power. Unfortunately, the current government is sort of taken a different approach. They've decided to just send it down to Egypt, be processed there, liquefied, sent all the way via Greek ships, primarily shipping, and a lot of the contracts have been got by Greek ship owners. Not all of them, but the majority of them. That's to basically due to the American pressure that they didn't want Chinese shipping or any other shipping. They wanted allies that they could rely on. So, and that was being moved from Egypt, and still is, right up to Alexandropoli, which is a city close to the Turkish-Greek border. So that's where they're actually putting it into Europe, primarily into Eastern Europe, and that is really because the Americans want to cut Eastern Europeans' dependency on gas from Russia. That's the plan in that regard. So that's part of that plan. There's sort of a push again to start the East Med, but that's still sort of lukewarm. I suspect if there is a change in government in Israel with Netanyahu coming back into power, because currently the alliance, the opposition alliance to Netanyahu is faltering, becoming weaker. They've got too many disagreements amongst themselves. They come together as an opposition to basically get rid of him, but now they're starting to infighting, so they can't have cohesive policies. That's why Israel's sort of not very clear on many things at the moment. So if Netanyahu comes back, you can expect that that gas pipeline will go full steam ahead. And the reason for that is because the gas, you can actually move more with a gas pipeline than with shipping. Simple as that, So I suspect there'll be a big push at that stage. So currently, there are some geopolitical considerations by the State Department to appease Turkey. But ultimately, I think that when Netanyahu comes through, he'll put maximum pressure on the Americans to basically push a pipeline into Crete, into Greece, because he doesn't want basically through Turkey, because he knows that Turkey will blackmail. Can't be trusted. Erdogan cannot be trusted. He's basically shown that quite clearly. He's blackmailed NATO over, Sweden and Finland's entry and a number of other things. So, he shot himself in the foot, basically, geopolitically. And if Netanyahu comes back into power, it'll be quite clear which direction they'll take. So that should then guarantee a certain level of supply from Egypt, Israel, and Cyprus. And one can only hope in the distant future some Greek leadership may change their mind and decide to extract gas out of the Greek oil fields, some distant future in some, Disneyland world where the current politicians don't exist, may happen. I don't think so currently, but anyway, miracles do happen now and then. Who knows? Harry is tilting at windmills with his attack on the Who. Oh, yes, mate. Oh, yes. But if you're going to cut off our electricity, the fridge will be pointless. Put a solar panel out a deck. Aren't you Dutch people all woke? Don't you have solar panels on everything? And windmills? I mean, you're the country with windmills. What are you talking about? I had to throw that in. Look, it's what do you do? Well, if you freeze something, even if you have the occasional blackout, if you don't open the freezer, it's not going to really defrost much, unless it's hours and hours, like days. I don't think you're going to get that, but especially with your supply, you've only got 15% that you were reliant, and you're already rebalancing that. So, wrong kind of windmills. You knew I was going to give you a bit of a jab on that. Okay, yes, it's more nutritional stuff. That's not what we're here for. Ask something controversial. Canned foods can last for years without electricity. That's true. Well, that's why I've got a whole lot of sardines. You can actually buy also meat like that as well. Or, dried stuff. I mean, I say even dried meat is protein. And, if you've got some cream and stuff like that, you can get your fat soluble vitamins from that sort of stuff. Then you've got taurine to get your taurine from the taurine powder. You sort of can somehow, get around some of these things. It's not optimal, perfect, but, shit happens. But I think that we can still get, there are options. But if you have your own little farm, there'll be real crisis when people will come and steal your cattle, etc. Well, that's why you need a guard dog and a rifle, Stefan. I'm a pretty good shot. I used to go hunting. I can take down things at 600 yards or beyond fairly well. At 400 yards, I can get them right in the head. And I'm talking even kangaroos, and they've got very small heads. So, yes. Eggs may actually going to be banned. Germany is trying to push this right now. Really? God. UK aren't allowed to have their own chickens too. Friggin' hell. God. Things are really going bad in that part of the world. Friggin' hell. Shelley, good morning. Shelley's out of bed. I know she gets up early. Yes. She's got a bit of a rural background, so people like that get up early. Even though I have one, I never have. Had to get dragged out under duress. There was an individual who lived in Sarajevo. His account of how many people survived in cities is interesting. It would go either way, trying to be optimistic. Yep, you got to be. You definitely got to be. It can vary between different parts of the world. That's true. Get some taurine into your la land. Get that GABA up regulated to lower your anxiety and improve your stress levels. In the US, Bill Gates is buying enormous amounts of farmland. In Holland, farmers are being made farming impossible with ridiculous regulations. Yeah. Look, it's crazy, this sort of stuff. I know in the US, a lot of farmers are just leaving the land. They just can't do it anymore. They're going to the wall. It's unfortunate, so Not looking good. The government's so-called investors are making offers to farmers they can't refuse. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised. These bastards just don't care. They really are just selling us down the tube. Absolutely selling us down the tube, you know. So get the orthodox arc of resistance from the Ogaden alone through the Red Sea up into the Mediterranean, developing a regional merchant marine along the Red Sea and working together. Okay. Well, you never know what the future holds. The world is a very, very strange place, HD. It's a very, very weird place. All sorts of things are possible in the future. So currently, it's a really weird place. And even the alliances, some of them don't make sense at all, the current ones. So, yeah, it's a very weird, wacky world. Mike. Yes, rich people speaking about gas emissions, but reaching the Congress with their private millionaire jets. Ridiculous, exactly. Mm. Yes, well, I did mention about Italy earlier, and I know you're in Italy, mate. And Italy is one of the countries that I did mention where you'd have the highest level of food insecurity in the EU. So keep that in mind. Take measures and your family to secure food and store. So keep that in mind. Shelley, always a pleasure, my dear. Always a pleasure. Slept the shit last night. I could probably sleep till noon. Yeah, me too. I sort of got up. I got up at about 9, which I deliberately did not put my alarm. I left my alarm because I basically went to bed last night at 2. I had Scotty and Llama keeping me up, on Zoom. I go, guys, I have to go, and eventually I had to pull the pin on them and go. So they were trying to rope me in on other questions and other stuff, and Llama's doing some short stuff for me as well. So eventually I was able to liberate myself from the 2, and then went straight to bed. And so so got up at about 9, so got about slightly less than 7 hours sleep. And then I was racing around doing shit and stuff like that. And eventually I saw Bart, and I had to zoom back from the beginning and just let it run while I was doing other things. I just didn't even jump on until the end. So or later on, I think I put 1 or 2 things in there. Anyway, yes. Oops. Don't do that. Oh, God. It is frustrating when the chat thing does that. A few farms in our area have coded into solar power. You should see the freaking mess. Oh, yeah, I know. It's a problem. It's a damn problem. But they potentially, if they've got battery storage and stuff like that, they'll probably do better in an energy crisis situation. That's the funny thing about it. But really, this energy crisis has been created because of all that solar shit and wind farms and stuff like that. The reality is they don't last very long. They just got a certain level of year period, and then they're going to create a massive amount of waste management issues. And nobody's even talking about how to recycle all that stuff. I know in Greece and in parts of Crete, they've actually literally buried old, units and put up new units. Freaking crazy. Talk about waste. Have you said anything about the Hugh Pandemic Treaty? Not in this conversation. that's not the focus on. It's more about the future food security and all that. Yes, that is an issue. That is definitely. I did mention a bit earlier, Angela, in regards to it, that it is a very much relinquishment of sovereignty, of health sovereignty by these countries, and these countries should not be doing it, and they should be first putting it to a referendum to their populations and make sure that they're quite clearly informed. Truly, no country should relinquish its health sovereignty to the World Health Organization, you know. But some countries have decided to do that. And they're doing it via stealth without even asking their population or even putting it to a referendum. It's outrageous what they're doing. So that's my opinion about it. What we can do is we can start protesting, and we can start sending letters to our politicians telling them what a bunch of scumbags they are. At a minimum, that's what we should do. So, yeah, you can. Not as much, but you can. Doesn't have the same level of cream, but you still can, but less quantity. It's more milk, but it's a much less quantity. Depends, Sebastian. It's really a lot of things that can actually cause diarrhea. You know, the quickest way is to take a lot of dairy, and if you don't have that, will actually stop it quite quickly. You know, so that has the ability to do that. But then you have to determine what's the underlying reason. Is it a gallbladder issue? So if it's a gallbladder issue, then you need to basically sort out the gallbladder with, you know, milk thistle, choline, taurine combination to clear out and sort out that. But it could be other reasons as well. You know, gut bacterial imbalance that may need to be sorted out as well with Reuteri, and suppressing the pathogenic ones and encouraging the proliferation of the beneficial ones. If you're missing a lot of beneficial ones, you may not be able to process certain things. So it depends on a lot of factors, what state of affairs you are. If you want, you should consider also try those things. Try kefir with Reuteri and the 3-month protocol of vitamin D, 10,000 IUs with B vitamins. If after that, don't go any further than 3 months because of and no more than 50 milligrams, because pantothenic acid, which is B5, you know, in this back part of this back part of the actual this area. I'm trying to show you. Anyway, that back part. In that area, there are certain cells there that can actually, from excess B5, from from too much pantothenic acid, what can happen is it can actually affect those, and too much in the system, because you can store pantothenic acid. It's not like some of the other B vitamins. Some can store, some can't. Pantothenic acid can. I've made a video with Bart Kay covering that research that not many people are aware of. It's old research, but it's valid. And that can actually create insomnia. So you've got to be very careful. But you do that for 3 months, which gives, with the B, because they exchange B vitamins amongst themselves so they can proliferate. And some people can do kefir. So putting the L-Reuteri and kefir and stuff like that, you can actually build up the beneficial bacteria, which can help pretty much improve that sort of side of the type of gut microbiome you have. The regulatory, also taking taurine, plays a very important role. Minimum 4 grams. Split it, 2 in midday, 2 in the evening. That'll improve sleeping as well, but also will have an effect on your gut microbiome, rebalancing it. You know, so via, inflammasome, which affects another interleukin, and that interleukin 16, and then it affects, AMP, which is another enzymatic pathway, which downregulates histamine and spermidine. Spermidine is the thing that actually increases bacterial growth, which you don't want. That also causes SIBO. And the other one is basically histamine response, which can cause a lot of upsets in the digestive tract. So it really, and then re-regulates a lot of the other sort of stuff, rebalances things, brings down firmicutes, sort of balances a whole lot of gut bacteria to eliminate some of these problems. So that's some of the stuff you do. If that doesn't work by applying that, and it takes a few months, then there may be other issues not related to that. It could be other things in the system. There could be pancreatitis issues. That could be an issue. That is even a higher dose of taurine. You're looking at 6 to 8. And then I've also done a video. If you're taking lithium or blood pressure meds, you need to see the video that I've done on that, because you need to understand the effects and interactions between that and those medications of taurine. So before you start venturing off and doing that sort of stuff. So do check out that sort of stuff, that material, and let me know how you're going. Waste of money, missing. Yep, exactly. Very much so, very much so. Well, unless you're Don Quixote, you may like windmills. Challenge them to a duel. Freaking looks stupid as hell. Well, you're another Don Quixote then. He wanted to challenge them to a duel. Harry, it's 40 years construct. What the it's a 40-year contract. What the? Yeah. In terms of gotcha. Yes. No, you definitely don't want to get into that sort of crap. Nah, it's just friggin' mess. I better cover this. Thank you, Angela. Appreciate it. Thanks for your support. And windmills too. They can't. Yes, that we cover that. Better go to the next one. You're eating rendered fats. So if you're sticking to fresh fats for a time being, that could be another issue with rendered fats. That's true. Are you eating? Yeah, rendered fats can be an issue for some people, especially if their gut microbiome isn't. Some people in transition, that's the other thing I forgot. If you're transitioning immediately and your gut microbiome hasn't rebalanced, that's the other thing. Could be your microbiome hasn't rebalanced. You should transition. You've gone too fast into a carnivore diet. So I don't really know what you're actually doing. Have you gone too fast? That could be another issue as well, Sebastian. I went slowly into a carnivore diet by slowly removing carbs and slowly adapting my microbiome. But I did other things, but I also had other things as well. But yes, good point, Adek. And be problematic, at least. Yep. Yes, regional politics. If too many people decide to keep their own hens, they'll come up with bird flu to cull the lot. They'll use viruses for anything they want. Yeah, we live in a way. I know it can be a weird and wacky world, but still, they still have to prove that the animal does have that. But then again, they may pass legislation. They just say, "We'll cull them all. We're not even going to check." That's also a potential. They did that. Did they do that in Denmark with what were they called? Those little animals that they used to, they skin them for their furs. I forget what they're little. Yeah, they exist in the northern hemisphere, plus in Siberia and northern Russia and stuff like that. But I can't remember what they're called. Yeah, they knocked them off the whole lot, and I don't think all of them had COVID. Yeah, they will have to look at that for quite some time. Yeah, that's another possibility. Don't know. Could be. Sometimes food poisoning can be an issue. It's a lot of things. Or yeah, bioreabsorption issues. That's another one potentially, but that's usually the lack of angel. That's usually the lack of sufficient some bacterial strains. Then gut microbiome sort of regulation, which is taurine again, that can actually mitigate some of that. Yes. Yeah. Some people are not fat adapted enough and still sort of transitioning. Okay. So it's some sort of food related thing. Okay, fair enough. So we can move on since we've worked out that it's not a normal thing for him. It's been something that has turned up very recently, and it's not one of his regular things. So okay, this is so if your digestion is fine and it's just been something like that. Whew, that's gone. Nice and cold. Yeah. God, maybe I should have given it a miss. I'm going. I've paid for that water. My tight arseness can sometimes gets the better of me. For me, the real guilt are the media that are pushing politicians to what they want. Well, the media is just basically what they want because they're afraid of getting them. Well, remember, the media is controlled by the elites, and the elites are pushing an agenda. Politicians just their representatives, not ours. Just letting you know. We just vote for them. They represent somebody else that makes sure that the right ones get promoted through the media. The media outlets are like the old orators that destroyed the Athenian democracy, that the aristocrats appointed these orators that would sit around the city propagandizing. That was their fake news media. Now it's called CNN and things like that. Then it was called the orators. It used to get paid by the aristocrats to push their line and misinform the public. And when you hear something too many times, even a lie, eventually people start wondering, maybe there is some truth in it. Got it? So, yeah, those with excessive power and control can actually then use those means to basically manipulate people, So, and it was disastrous for the Athenian democracy as a consequence. We should learn from history as much as possible. Mike, yeah, Germany's too politically correct. They fear that the world will accuse them again of Nazism, but stop Germans. The world has forgiven you. Truth is that the US fears the independence of Germany. Exactly. That's exactly right. Remember there was a general and a British general and said they created NATO for one thing, to basically keep the French happy, that because they were given certain responsibilities in the early days, keep de Gaulle happy, and he got the Organisation of Economic Development, and the French got the IMF. The World Bank was given to the Americans, and the IMF was given more or less to the French. Europeans, but French really have dominated it. And that was a setup. And the other policy was to keep Germany under control, not to become a power again that could threaten the maritime powers of the world, the old empires. Yes, that was really the reason. And because Germany's always looked to the east because of resources, Didn't have colonies. It never unified under. By the time it unified under Bismarck, much later on, it didn't really get into the colonial sort of field. So it didn't manage to get spheres of influence. So it was dependent on resources via other countries. So Germany had to learn to become very competitive in industry. That's why they still are, in order to be able to, with less resources, inputs, because they're costly, being brought overseas, it could produce better quality products to get a premium in exports. That's how they sort of tried to make their money in that regard. So they became an absolute industrial giant. Japan was similar. They're the same. You take a look, the most innovative, industrial giants of Japan and Germany still are to a large extent. Again, countries that are dependent on other parts of the world for raw materials. So they've always tried to find energy and raw materials. This is why they go militaristic, both Japan and Germany. That's why they have very close bedfellows, because they need resources. That's why they're always looking, West China's been the target for, and Korea for Japan historically, and for the Germans, it's been Eastern Europe, particular Russia. So it's the resources and all that. So they naturally gravitate. That's what the Americans don't like. It's the reason why they slapped Germany severely in this case, and created the conditions where they ring-fenced and pulled Germany back into the fold. That's what happened. It's quite nasty the way it was done. Let's put it that way. Yes. So, yes, I suspect some Germans were very annoyed with all that. And I wouldn't blame them at all. Yeah, and they need to get over their guilt on the one level. Yes, I would agree on that. But on the other level, they also need to make restoration. They still haven't made restoration to the Greeks. They owe them a lot. They devastated the country. They killed hundreds of thousands, died from starvation. They put an illegal loan in the occupation government that still is nearly as high. It's not as high if you go conservatively, not, with considering the opportunity cost that the Greeks lost, then it would be nearly 400 billion euros. But without all that opportunity cost and all that, just on sheer the level, with compound interest and all that, and inflation, it's probably around about 250, 220 billion euros. That would put a big dent in the current, debt of Greece in that regard. So they need to do the right thing by them in that, so they haven't paid their dues to everyone in restoration. They've actually restored and paid restorations to other countries far more than Greece, when Greece sustained far more damage, lost about 600,000 people, just as many as the US military lost, plus the country was decimated, absolutely decimated. And the reason for that is because they punished the Greeks, and they punished the Greeks for one thing, because they tied them up for 53 days in the mountains of Greece, and only got lucky through that opening where the British troops were, where they collapsed, and were able to outflank them. Otherwise, they could have spent even more time. And it delayed their Operation Barbarossa, got them into the winter months, and it really didn't work out the way, and they blame. And so there is, in the elites of Germany, there is this underlying payback thing for Greece, as if we shouldn't have defended ourselves, give us a break. So there is a bit of that. Let's behind it. So the people, the average person, I don't, but the elites of Germany, they've never forgiven Greece, believe me. And that's one of the reasons why Europe never worked, because there was resentment by the elites of Germany, and those elites basically tried to use the European Union as their own empire. And that's what pissed off everyone. They weren't collaborative. They were basically pushy and telling people what to do, and they used the Brussels bureaucracy to get their way. And that's why Europe is in the mess that they are. Third time. Twice with guns, this time through a bureaucracy that they controlled. So, yes, they do have a lot of responsibility, but they're elites, not their people, because their people have also suffered as a consequence of these poor policies. They just are not aware how badly the situation was managed. Even Greece, in the early days of the euro crisis, had they basically stopped gaps through the ECB, $53 trillion, they could have prevented this spiraling effect of debt. And Greece could have basically then got onto a program of repayments, which would have been viable, and they would have slowly got out of their crisis and they would have recovered with a very short recession. No, they drove them into a severe depression. And that's wrong, you know, especially when the Greeks, when the Germans had their 1953 crisis, economic crisis, which was very severe. The Americans had to come in and bail them out and put pressure on all these other countries, including Greece, not to ask for reparations at the time because Germany was struggling. And Greeks did not. They pulled back, you know. And they've been sitting on those reparation things for a very long time because a lot of the stuff was developed back then. You know, it's in the bureaucracies, but it has never been put forward because there's, you know, I don't know, there's some politicians have said, oh, it's been bad timing and we don't want to upset bringing old things back to the surface. That's their sort of view, another woke agenda by the Greek politicians. But the reality is they got off from paying after they devastated the country. The country was turned into a wasteland, Greece. You know, millions died. Thousands died. It was turned into a wasteland like in Russia where they created an absolute wasteland on the western part. The revengefulness was quite severe. You just have to go back and look at the old photos that the British and the Americans, when they came in, took photos of the devastation and the starvation and all that. I mean, Mike, you know, the Italians basically switched sides right at the end and didn't really suffer much at the German hands. The Greeks really suffered under occupation. So, you know, and I know from my own family's history. And, you know, you can't live in the past and, you know, it's the elites of those countries that drove their population into this madness. But at the same time, you know, they got scot-free for a lot of the things that they did because of the Cold War. And when they had a crisis, they were helped. They were helped big time from collapsing in 1953. But it didn't seem that they were willing to do the same thing when a lot of their policies were the reason for this imbalance in trade in the Eurozone. So, you know, the elites and the politicians of Germany have a lot to answer for the mess that Europe's in at the moment. So, you know, and their political correctness has gone haywire. Let's not forget that it's German political correctness on environmental and other woke policies that have basically made the mess that Europe's in at the moment. So let's be completely honest about this. I'm not talking about the people here. I'm talking about the elites and the politicians in Germany. Because they've caused a lot of suffering in Greece, I can tell you. It doesn't mean I don't blame the Greek government. They've basically mismanaged a lot of things poorly as well. So, and they could have got out of this mess had they developed their oil fields rather than taking more EU debt on. They could have developed their oil fields from the early stages, paid back those early debts, and been in a better position now to basically support the rest of Europe with cheap energy. So I've got no time for the Greek politicians as well. Those treacherous pieces of shit should have been put up against a wall. That's how bad I dislike them, all of them. You know, they've made a mess of the country as well. They listened to the Germans and their woke agenda and implemented it even better than most other Europeans. How bizarre can you be? You know, how crazy can you be? That's all I can say. Because they're basically insane. They are basically completely and utterly insane. They're still talking about climate policies. Let's stop the carbon. They're completely and utterly insane. They've got no idea what they're talking about. Neither the media, they're lunatics, and their politicians are lunatics. But in the short, not too distant future, they're going to get a rude awakening, a severe rude awakening in terms of energy and food insecurity. Especially food insecurity is going to be extreme. So, what can one say? Held hostage by the. Yeah. So we need to be quite clear about, the sort of way things were managed very poorly. Even Draghi in Italy, who's currently running the show there, he realised in the end and started changing policy and ignoring the Germans and starting to hand over and support through bond buying the Greek economy, because he realised that basically it was basically destroying the Eurozone. It was destroying Europe. It was pulling it apart. So Mama Merkel is doing what she is told to do. Well, she may be doing what she was told to do, but she was still doing it. So, didn't have a gun to her head. She was doing it and supporting that elite policy, So, but she grew up in the eastern Germany, so it doesn't surprise me that she would have that sort of thinking. She's not really a democratic-minded person. She's an authoritarian person. She still has that sort of mentality, unfortunately. It's just ridiculous. Stop oil to support Ukraine. I mean, they're getting enough guns, to fight. It's their responsibility to fight for their own sovereignty, and they're getting more than enough support. We do not need to basically decimate the European countries and collapse the European economies. All that is being done at the moment is, as I said, last year, Russia had a surplus of 120 something billion US dollars. This year, it's going to be over 300. These sanctions are making Russia richer, not poorer. Not only that, their currency is appreciating, because they say, we're not buying in, as I said, the de-dollarization. We're not buying in US dollars. You're going to buy in rubles off us. Some countries have caved in and doing that. Germany, Hungary, Italy, a few others. So it's definitely not a united front. And they're just using intermediaries, whether through Turkey or through some other place. They're using intermediaries through other sort of currency systems to basically bypass the sanctions. It's been done by private companies, not by the government. Doesn't ever. Yeah. So it depends on which government. Some governments are basically just going to blind eye. We need to basically keep our economy going and keep the lights on. And in the end, that's what some governments will do. Other governments will do the woke thing, and they will have blackouts, and massive ones. So it depends on what your government's like. And, basically turning off the lights in Europe isn't going to basically support the Ukraine in any way, meaningful way. If the economies of Europe become weaker, how are they going to support the Ukraine? Tell me. Explain to me. Friggin' ridiculous. These people have got everything back to front. I'm basically flexed off for the day. This is a flex day. So I'm basically at a flex day. I could have enjoyed it all on myself and just, but I decided to do this because I thought it had to be done, because it's outside my regular thing, that I do. I just needed to cover the future crisis of food and energy crisis that's coming. People need to, know what the situation is, what to prepare. More vulnerable than others. So I think it's important that people have that understanding of what is happening, because I think there's a lack of that knowledge out there and people are making poor decisions. Harry, for personal energy security, do you think it is wise to get solar system ethically questionable? Definitely. Only rich can afford, the poor subsidise them. Look, At this stage, because these people can't guarantee regular energy security, it probably is, that and a battery storage. On its own, solar is useless. Battery storage and solar, yes, but it's expensive, and it's ultimately, if you look at if you had cheap energy, really cheap energy from fossil fuels, solar would be very expensive, and it is very expensive. But if you're in a situation where the government's decided to basically no longer support cheap energy, this may be an option. If you've got a couple of grand on the side, putting up a couple of solar panels, and because in the daytime it's cheaper, domestic, it's really in the night you're paying the premium. You can store it and use it in the night. You can save yourself a bit of money. Yeah, look, as I said, remember, I'm practical. I don't take an ethical position on this sort of stuff. I'm practical. I go, yep, fine, because under the circumstances, if the whole society is going a certain direction, you're going to be squashed, and if you're in the old system that's actually being priced differently, you know what I mean, Michael. So I don't sit around. I disagree with solar panels, and I disagree with windmills, and I disagree with the carbon credits and all that stuff. It's bullshit. But at the same time, for my family, excluding all the politics, excluding that, when you're looking at your own family, you're going to be looking at energy security. Whether you do that with a windmill, whether you do that with solar and you store it in a battery system, whether you do it with, I know one guy actually created his own hydro, like a hydro power type thing, because he had like a big cliffside where there was a river system coming down. And so he tapped into that with generators and was able to produce his own hydro power, and then run all the wires back to his home, and he had battery storage to store the hydro power. So it was on hydro power. That's a traditional power source. It doesn't really matter what it is. But if you basically can reduce your dependency on the current grid system, it's a wise thing to do, because the current grid system is unreliable because of the policies of solar and wind and all that. That's why it's become unreliable. So, it's forcing people, because of the circumstance of making an unreliable network, it's forcing people to look at these options. I suspect that not everyone is basically. I know a number of people in my work that have actually put solar panels, and not because it's because of the cost of escalating electricity, and they basically, well, I can offset it, and I can store it in a battery. They don't believe in it, but they see the bills going up and up, and they see it as an option to mitigate that. So, yeah, in that regard, it doesn't, yes, you've got to be, as I said, practical. When, ideologically, are the people that say you've got to go all this way or the other way. That's ideology. That's nonsense. Why I agree with those who are against the solar, wind bullshit and climate agenda, at the same time, you've got to be practical about these things for your own security. You live in a society, if the majority are going in one direction, they're going to clobber you. So, you don't have to agree with them, but, they are changing the dynamics of the economy in the place you live. So that has ramifications on you, negative ramifications, because your energy source is becoming more expensive, off the grid, and less reliable. Yeah, so it's a problem. What do you do? But as I said, I'm a practical person. I don't, I jettisoned ideology a long time ago. Things that work are the things that work, and I will look at the circumstances and then make my own plans according to those circumstances. It's not things that I would do naturally. I would go in that direction. No, I would rather have a good grid that works well, and it's based on nuclear power, things like coal-fired power generation with filters to prevent particulates. I don't care about the carbon going out. That's good for the plants. They grow. I'm just basically concerned about the particulates getting in the atmosphere. the pollutants, limiting those with filters. That's where I put regulations and only there. And basically, some hydro places where it's possible to do, and you're pretty much covered pretty well under those circumstances for most societies. We've got plenty of shitloads of coal. We could basically, and we can make more efficient now, far more efficient coal-fired power stations, which have even, lower, very little particulate emissions. I know even they've reduced even the carbon emissions in Germany and a few other places. That I wouldn't even bother with. I just all the other stuff, so you don't get smog over your cities. But yeah, there's why add cost when carbon isn't a problem? It's good for the plants, as I said. But unfortunately, that's not the reality that we live in. So you've got to look at practical steps that may work for you. And you have to look at your price point, what makes sense and what doesn't, and other options that you've got. There are other options. As I said, that other guy that actually used water to make a hydro plant, a miniaturized one. So it depends where you're living, depends on what your environment is and what other options you've got. There's all sorts of things you can do. Finland is an example of other Europeans that follow self-sufficiency in a way that the Finns have maintained, even used their wild forests at the same, should be studied. Yeah, look, exactly. There's a number of countries that have got very good self-sufficiency built into their system that have been doing it for many years, for 100 years or more. So it's nothing new. Unfortunately, it's just we've got a situation, a mad agenda that's being driven that is beyond a joke. My throat is drying out. Some Evian water. Nice. Get a few minerals as well. Anyway, shit. Choked myself as well. Stop talking, Hattie, while you're swallowing. Bird flu, swine flu, mad cow disease, foot and mouth, monkeypox, all the same thing, another source. Oh, look, we live in an environment where with other animals we're exchanging stuff and all that. So, I mean, people make too much of it, So, we've go back a couple of years. We've had smallpox and measles and all sorts of things. We're part of an environment. We can't get away from disease. It's how we manage it. We can either manage it in a sensible way or we can go completely and utterly crazy, which is what we do nowadays for whatever reason. I mean, people in the past went through polio epidemics, all sorts of epidemics. What is wrong? People have just lost the plot nowadays. It's, what can I say, Nick? Viruses are viruses. Have been in the environment for longer than we existed, and they'll be there even if we don't exist. I've missed what happened with Taiwan. Could you explain how and why the Chinese taken over? They are independent for so long. Actually, look, China started as first of all Formosa, because that's what Taiwan was called originally, Formosa. Do you know all the populations of most of the populations of the Pacific, the Polynesians, they actually originate in Taiwan. Yes, not Chinese. Chinese came later initially as merchants, as traders, and then colonized. Got it? So the colonizers, the Chinese, are the ones that came there. Formosa was basically a sort of a Polynesian society that got colonized, a bit like Hawaii got colonized by the North Americans. Got it? Same sort of thing. So, and after the Second World War, Chiang Kai-shek's military, who were the nationalists and friendly with the Americans, and Mao Zedong, who was the communist leader, both authoritarians, a right-wing and a left-wing authoritarian, but the other one's being supported by the Soviet Union at the time. They had a little civil war. The Maoists won that civil war, and pretty much the nationalists under Chiang Kai-shek actually withdrew to Taiwan and occupied it. Got it? They both declared that there was one single China and they would liberate the rest of China. And the communists said, no, we will liberate Taiwan from the nationalists. So from the outset, both claimed that they were the real China and the legitimate rulers of China, and that they were the power. So under the UN, it would be similar, let's say, in Greece, or let's say in Italy. Sicily had its own government warring with basically the northern part of Italy, the rest of Italy. Still, Italy, the international community would only recognize Italy as a single entity, as they do to this day only recognize China as a single entity, but they view basically Taiwan as a sort of an independently administered authority. So it's only recognized as an independently administered, not an independent state. There's a difference. The nomenclature is that it's an independent authority from mainland China. So it's only in recent times that the Taiwanese have wanted true independence, because they've realized, well, we can't conquer China. We can't basically impose our will on them. We don't want them imposing their will on us. We're going to declare independence. So it'd be exactly like Sicily declaring independence from the rest of Italy. Now, or the Donbass region in the Ukraine declaring independence from, Ukraine. Not many people are out there willing to recognize it, are they? No, because they still, under the UN Charter, the countries that are members of the UN Charter are the recognized authorities under international law. So under international law, Taiwan is not recognized as an independent entity at all. So Taiwan is basically a self-administered area. That's all it is. So let's say America could literally walk in, if you've got a self-administered area like Puerto Rico, the American government wanted to go out in, as an example, they could, and nobody would say anything because it's part of the US, in a sense, under its control jurisdiction. Taiwan is under Chinese jurisdiction. Got it? It's the reason why the British had to abandon, because they had a treaty with China. They had to abandon. Once they recognized the People's Republic of China, they had to accept they had a treaty, and that treaty stipulated that after, 100 odd years or whatever, they had to give up the colony. So the time came and they handed over the colony back to mainland China, which is the officially recognized state. Now, obviously, none of us like the regime there. That's a different story. But fundamentally, they are the legitimate sort of government of China, even though they're an authoritarian, government in that regard. So, but the reality is the majority of Chinese actually support them. I know it sounds bizarre to most of us, that they would support a one-party system, but, just look at what happened. They went from a peasant state to nearly a superpower. Think about a person going from a peasant state living in a farm and then now living in Shanghai, in a big city, and its country is one of the most powerful nations on earth. How do you think they're going to view the leadership? As great leaders that basically made us great again. Remember that tune? I'll make you great again if you vote for me. Exactly. So it depends where your starting point is. If you started very low and you got right up here and you've been made great again, bloody hell, you got most of the Chinese actually support the Chinese government. And most of the Chinese people have lived under a feudal system, like the old emperors. and have never lived under a democracy. Even Taiwanese, it was only in recent decades where they actually acquired their democracy. And only recently, the younger generations that have come to like freedom and democracy. The older generation is still very loyal and follows the line. Even some of them in Taiwan, old people primarily, support the Chinese government. I'm not kidding you. They believe in one China. It's the younger people that are rebellious, that have been exposed to the West and all that, that are basically abandoning their and changing their political views and their view. So it's a more recent thing. But the Chinese say, well, under international law, it is part of our territory. It's an unruly territory that it's not under our direct control, and we will take measures to basically rectify that issue. And the US says, no, we're not going to allow you to do something like that, because it goes against our interests. Really, that's what they're not saying it outright. They just say, oh, because it's wrong, to do that to this people, and they propagandize it as these people are democratic and all that. But the reality is, really, under international law, they're not recognized as an independent. The reality is, America can say whatever they like. Once the Chinese step in, they haven't violated international law. That's the reality. So the only thing that Taiwanese can do is declare independence and hope that they can get enough countries to recognize them. That's the only thing that they can do at this point. They're too lukewarm and too scared to do that, because they think that if they do that and they don't get enough support in the international community, China may react and invade immediately. So they're really living in this sort of twilight zone currently. So I hope that sort of made sense of it. It's a sort of a bizarre sort of situation that they're living in, Yeah, a bit like that. A deck. Geopolitics is my enemy's enemy is my friend and stuff like that. All this sort of stuff. People will manipulate to try and get political advantage. Unfortunately, many nations do it. All nations do it. It's just, the difference is, I don't fall for their propaganda. I'm just honest. I'll even say I'll criticise the Greek government. I'll criticise the Australian government, but I'll also criticise those. I'll be quite candid how I feel about all these things. I'm not going to hide anything, because I think it's, a poorly informed population is easily manipulated. And I don't want you guys to be manipulated as much as I don't want to be manipulated. But I would hope in an ideal world that they could get their independence and have, a different life. And also even the Chinese people could have a different life. But, I can't do that. I can't change that. It's really up to them to make the changes in the end. It's their society, their country. They need to take responsibility for that. Ah, yes. Well, that went pear-shaped, didn't it? If you remember. Oh, thanks, Shelley. You said the elites stand behind the media. Well, they own them. How do the elites profit from an oil stock? That's what I don't understand. Look, there are some forces out there that have got really bizarre agendas and interests in that regard. They're not thinking about the oil or the devastation they're going to cause or whatever. The elites in the US and Britain, they want to weaken the European Union in order to bring it under their control. That's really what it's all about, just letting you know. So that's what's behind that agenda. And the way you do that is to weaken the living standards of that society and make them more dependent. So that's one thing. A stronger nation can challenge you. A weaker nation can't. It becomes dependent, a vassal state. Got it? So that's the agenda behind that, the extreme agenda on the one hand. The other thing is they wanted to break Western Europe away from Russia. And this is the way to do it, by weakening the European Union. Because initially they created the European Union to be able to manage Europe via the European Union. Then they realized the European Union had its own agenda. Started, and that's the US fault, because they left the Europeans to their own devices. The Europeans then got into bed with the Russians and the Chinese and all that, while they were fighting guerrillas in the hills and mountains of Afghanistan. And then when they gave up on all that, they looked at the world that had changed around them, and they realized that they had actually lost real control over Europe, their prime core alliance. So they needed to bring them to heel. The way to do that was to use as a cannon fodder the Ukrainian people. That's why they forced Zelensky not to implement the Minsk agreement that had been agreed with Germany, France, and basically Russia. He got elected promising that he would, but he didn't. He went against it under pressure from the Americans. The Americans drove him into a war to break Russia off Germany, simple as that, and then bring the Europeans under control. The French, to some extent, realised what was happening, and that's why they've been a bit initially friendly towards the US, then got pissed off about AUKUS situation where they felt they got backstabbed, and now they realise that, they need to pick sides, and they sort of back orientating themselves around the American sphere and see what happens sort of approach. Germany's fallen into line, especially with their current woke leadership, and pretty much now this is being played out. And the true people that are going to suffer, and this is not the American people, this is the elites of the Americans we're talking about. This is the banking elite. This is all about currency. If Europe united with Russia and China, the Russian resources and Chinese markets, you would create this massive Eurasian network. It would basically mean that the US dominance, in terms of its currency dominance, which gives it leverage, would collapse. Got it? Remember, 40% of GDP in America and the UK is banking. It lives off parasitic capitalism, off basically debt-based capitalism. If you can't get the surpluses of these nations to be recycled through Wall Street and through the banking system in Britain, you can't keep that Ponzi scheme going. And now that the Saudis, the Emiratis, they didn't call Biden, they are de-dollarizing. Even the Japanese realize that the game is up, even though they're an ally of it. That's why they had a meeting, the private meeting in June or July this year with the Chinese central bank, the Japanese central bank. It wasn't to say, how are you? It wasn't a government to government. This was a bank to bank. This is banking. Got it? And the bankers of Japan and China got together. As I said, the bankers are very powerful in this world. And they got together and said, seems like the thing is shifting much earlier than we predicted. And they de-dollarizing as well. Russia's been doing it for some time. That's why most global transactions now are happening at less or close to nearly 50%. So when everything's dollar denominated, if you want to buy oil, you buy it in dollars. That's why they used to call it petrodollars, or the energy. That's where America dominated, because it could recycle all the surpluses of all these countries through Wall Street, through its Ponzi scheme. Now these countries are saying, we don't want to play that game anymore. But that's the only way America was able, since the Nixon years, when it became, after the Vietnam War, it became a deficit country. It could only support money printing and expanding its balance sheet via this global recycling through the banking system of Britain, and Britain got into it. That's why they are very close partners with the British. And especially for a lot of these shady deals and the banking shady deals that happen in the City of London, which is like a quasi-independent. It's like a Vatican of the bankers. I'm not kidding you. A Vatican of the bankers, immune to prosecution, immune. Most criminals, mafia, and everybody else funnels their money through the bank, through that little thing. Boris would be executed if he even tried to stop them for all their criminality that they do through that. Got it? So these people are very powerful, and their only way of keeping the Ponzi scheme is to keep the American empire going, even though it's crippling, and it's the population in America have had enough of being an empire, of basically having dilapidated streets, dilapidated roads, dilapidated infrastructure, where all the money is going to the bankers and the military-industrial complex. They've had enough and being used as cannon fodder. That's the reality of what is really happening. So that's the backstory of these people. And these people basically are going to use any ruthless means to bring other parts of the world to heel. Economic blackmail. They've done it before. Remember the Suez Crisis? How did they get the British and the French out? The Americans said, we're going to dump your bonds in the open market. French and British packed up and left Suez, and the Egyptians were able to get rid of that's how it works. And you'd say, well, why did the Americans not support the British? Because the Americans at the time had their own geopolitical agenda. They wanted to be friendly with the Arabs in order to get the Arabs to sign up to the petrodollars for long term. They were thinking long term, the elites. How can they tie all the energy of the world under the US dollar, which then would give them global dominance through the petrodollars? They would control the buying and selling of energy. That's very powerful because that's the underpinning of all production of goods and services. So these people will do anything to maintain that. Bring countries to their heel so they have to relinquish their independence. By breaking Europe, they brought it under their control again. It's simple as that. They don't care about people. They don't care about their own people, the American people. You think they're going to care about the Europeans? They don't give a shit about people. These people basically want power. They are small families, a couple of families, small, very small elite. That, we're not talking about a couple of millionaires here and there and a couple of billionaires here and there. They have some power, but they don't really have ultimate power. The ultimate power is for these people sitting behind. You take BlackRock. They are bigger than the US economy. Bigger than the US economy. Can you believe that? One company. So this is what we're saying. These entities are massive. And sometimes some of the ones that are operating, like there is, the US economy, we're talking about a couple of $1 trillion, 20 odd. And then you're looking at some of the banking activities that are happening through the City of London, which are well over $50 trillion. Like double that of the US economy. These people are like gods on earth, and they feel like gods on earth, and that's how they act. They see us as worms, as nothing, insects. Got it? So that's why that guy used to call them, reptiles. Whether he believes it or not, I don't know. But, that's how they view us. That's the sort of people they are. You have this conception that these people basically give a shit. They don't. So for them, it's power and how they can control, how they can stay at the top of the pile. And they will kill, murder, and butcher anyone that they can to achieve that. In the Second World War, they could have stopped the Second World War just like that. I'll give you an example. America was selling to Switzerland a special lubricant. That lubricant was going from Switzerland, which the Americans knew, to the Luftwaffe, the German Air Force. And without that lubricant, their engines would not work. So who was keeping the war going? The elites of America. They made sure that that lubricant got from America to Switzerland and then got passed on to the Germans. Got it? You know, they were even transacting on a bank level through Switzerland with Germany. Mate, these people are ruthless, absolutely ruthless. You know, they don't care about it. They've killed millions. They financed part of the Russian Revolution. They sent Lenin from basically Switzerland on a train, protected, right through to St. Petersburg. These people are ruthless, you need to understand. They sometimes see through the destruction of capital, they can build new capital, new wealth. They don't care that they're destroying a whole lot of people's lives, but through that, they can create new wealth, pit one against the other. That's why they're fascist thinking. You know, the survival of the fittest, they consider themselves the best. And everyone else who doesn't survive, well, they don't deserve to. They really believe this bullshit. You know, I'm not kidding you. This is how they think. They're very misanthropists and they are very ruthless. Believe me. I usually don't want to get into that dark side. I just wanted to talk more about that general, but that's really, and probably potentially this could be taken off YouTube. So potentially for me saying all that. But yes, that's the sort of people we're dealing with. So if you see my channel go down, you know why now, or if this gets taken off. No one is concerned about these making the yes. Oops. So this is more, you know, because I'm just telling you what the future is going to be like. This is more also to prepare you guys, so you're aware of the coming crisis, so you can sort of protect your families, take some measures to mitigate, you know, the fallout. Because I don't want you, you know, you're my subscribers. I love you all. I don't want you to get hurt or your families. That's primarily why I'm doing this sort of information about what is coming, which is not too far away, especially in Europe, is going to be far more problematic. And in some parts of Africa and all that, and Southeast Asia, Middle East, it's going to be quite traumatic for the populations there. And if you're in those regions and you are my subscriber, get the information out. Get the information out to your families. Because the politicians are not going to tell you anything. They'll get on a plane and they'll fly to Europe, to Switzerland, where they've probably got very good bank accounts, and they'll retire there, most of the leaders out of like Lebanon and many of these other places, and may come back later on when the US Marines take over again. Got it? Yeah, they're cannon fodder from the US. So just remember that. Less than they did in the beginning. Some still do. It's a mixed bag. You know, the funny thing, some of the Russian speakers now have turned on the Russians. So yes, but then again, it's the accounts of so-called independent journalists, and I don't know. So the problem with war, Adek, the first casualty of war is the truth. And unfortunately, we don't really know, and probably won't know until the end, when the things come out in the wash, and then we'll probably know, we have so much disinformation here. Yeah, look, it's everywhere. That's the problem. And so I'm just going off sort of listening to geopoliticians, certain people that have basically been in committee meetings with NATO. So they've overheard stuff. Now, they can't say exactly what they heard, but they can give you a general indication of what. And if you read between the lines, you go, okay, that's sort of what's happening. So that's the sort of way I sort of look in a lot of little, you know me, going down rabbit holes, looking in little crannies here and there, trying to pick up on little things, you know, little things about what's happening with, you know, some of the trade, some of the silos, you know. When I heard that basically that they went from, five before the war, five, you know, 5 tons of grains per month down to 3.5. That was concerning. That was a couple of months ago. But when it dropped down to half a ton, which is 90% reduction, and that was when Russia took most of the seaboard area, and realised that, and also because of the old rail network, and some of it being damaged and stuff like that in the war, and realising that they were having problems getting grain and food out of the Ukraine into Europe and elsewhere, I realised, oh shit, this is going to be a big problem that people are missing out there. So, and this was, by this Greek guy that actually picked up on this and was talking about it. And he's basically, he has a relationship with some of the Greek bankers, and also has with some of the energy companies. So he's a bit of a consultant and stuff like that. And he does a bit of geopolitics on the side as a, I don't know, maybe just to stroke his ego. No idea. But interesting that he basically said some of this sort of stuff. And I go, oh shit, and then I'm projecting forward and I'm going, by the end of this year, and potentially, and then you've got the Americans are sending in new artillery by the June or July, which means that the entire eastern part is going to be like a bloodbath between the Russians and the Ukrainians bombing each other to smithereens. What about the September harvest? How successful is going to be the September harvest of grain and stuff like that? And I immediately realized, shit, it's bad now. If they can't even get the stuff out, what's going to happen when we get to a situation where large of it gets destroyed? So it's not only a problem. They may find some solution to try and increase the amount they're getting out, but what if, the September crop gets destroyed partially or completely? What the fuck happens then? For all these countries that are dependent, especially in Europe and South and, Africa, North Africa, and the Middle East. What the hell's going to happen to these countries when their food prices go through the roof? Their energy prices are bad. Just think food as well, because they're imported. What are they going to do? You can't live off oil. You can't eat oil. So if that constricts, you still got rich and poor. The rich, fine, they can buy the stuff, but what about the poor people? Things are going to get nasty. So, sometimes these little factors that everybody ignores, that misses, are the big things that are really going to upend things. Because when people are hungry, that's when rebellions start. Remember, French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, a couple of others, food, insecurity. Take a look around the world. How many revolutions started from food insecurity? So it's concerning, to say the least. Very concerning. That's why I'm basically doing this on my own time, flexing off. I could have basically enjoyed it with myself, but I needed to get this stuff out so you guys get the backstory. Obviously, I went into the backstory of the elites, which could put my things at risk. That's why I use those sort of things is what I discuss on Zoom. Some of you guys not turning on to the Zoom sessions when I do run them are missing out on all this sort of stuff, the backstory. I technically don't discuss it on YouTube for those reasons, because of the risk. So I sort of mismanaged myself for a bit. But anyway, these still need to be said, but I just hope that there's no repercussions negative to my channel. That's all I can hope. Anyway, let's move on. Harry, Europe is also a victim of the green propaganda. Yeah, very much. Politics groups want people to think that nuclear is evil. Yep, pretty much. Europe anti-nuclear politics was a huge mistake, and this is always showing us why. I mean, I was anti-nuclear as a youngster, but I was never anti-nuclear energy. Um, Today, things have blurred, so I don't know. Things are really weird. Um, I've always had concern about weapons of mass destruction in that regard, but generally speaking, I mean, but hey, the media seems to drop the Ukraine and focusing on the whole gun matter. So there's that. Oh, look, that's all always going to happen. Things are going to basically shift. They'll shift back, back and forward. But basically, it's blood and guts. The old gladiatorial entertainment, blood and guts. Give them kibble and blood and guts, and that'll keep them happy. That's the approach. So and the propaganda in that, all about how we're great. Remember, the Romans used to have the blood and guts. Oh, how we great Romans are, and here's your kibble. It's the same propaganda, nothing new. We're right, they're wrong. Here's your kibble, here's your entertainment. We should go all to Amish and film all. Yeah, probably they'll survive. They're definitely in a community which is set up for survival. That's true. They're literally completely off the grid, very traditional. Yeah, so I don't think many of us could actually do that. We're just too much modern people now, comforts. Yeah, but yeah, those are the sort of communities that would definitely survive. Yes. I see a lot of communal living throughout this decade, especially amongst the younger generation. Dare I say, even some Luddites-like movement emerging. Yeah, look, there are a whole lot of reasons why that happens. Yep, factors like that. And it's not now, even past generations, you had young people doing some of that sort of stuff. So it's not a communal. I mean, hippies, remember? So it's been happening. And even back, if you go back to the 1920s, there was a sort of the nature movement or whatever. I mean, even Hitler was involved in a bit of that because he was a vegetarian in his early days as a youngster. So there's, look where he went and into what a misanthropic things that he went into exactly. Most most ex hippies end up businessmen and quite ruthless bastards, so says a lot. I did pick up some, oh, great, good for you. Yeah. It's one thing that I put it in a pot. I heat the water in a pot. I do not put it in one of those, sort of jugs, because you get a lot on the element. You'll end up with a lot of mineralization, and it will damage it. And I damaged mine. I had to throw it out. So I realized that it's easier just putting it in the pot than cleaning the pot after, in order to get rid of the over mineralization that does happen. And that's when you realize, oh shit, alpine water, real water in nature, it has quite a lot of minerals. Got it? Yeah. And it's low in deuterium as well. So, yes. And you don't need a lot. It's more for the coffees, or, just for the regular thing here or there. Would you also buy, even if it was spelt backwards? uh, he's trying to get us into trouble, isn't he, Michelle? Bloody hell. And that's what I thought. The US profits from this. Yep. Well, one elite group, of many. Correct wars, followed by boycotts, drive energy prices to impoverish the plebs also. Yeah, you can buy all the assets up as well. It's the quickest way to actually buy assets is basically creating a crisis, and then buy them out. I got to go to work. Fair enough. You're an epic legend. Good day to everyone. Thanks, Shelley. I have to go. Thank you. Yep. See ya. See ya. Yeah, we're getting close to the end because it's about nearly 4 hours. So, and it's about 10 o'clock here. And Lama appears. No, I'm not staying up late. I do have work tomorrow. Have the truckers and their supporters been stripped of their assets and gone Amish yet? Don't know, mate. Don't know. You'll have to ask Jared that. He hasn't turned up. Oops. Not a problem, Stefan. Not a problem. He's already gone. Anyway, most powerful man in the world is any security guard of the power that I refer to them as elite. Oh, oh, look, you can call them anything you like. I mean, you can call them the richest people in the world. You can call them, you know, billionaires. You can call them whatever you like. You know, it's just a buzzword. Most people call them elites. And really, what they are is the mega rich that have a lot of control over a lot of assets on this planet and actually are greedy and want more and more power and will do anything to maintain their power and influence. So no different than the ruthless kings and emperors of the past that would kill anything in sight. So they're just as bad. For them, you get in their way, they'll sort you out. It's just much harder. They have to manipulate and do all these other things to get there, to do the same things, to get us through a democratic system to do ruthless things, because they can't do it directly anymore like they used to in the past, because they had standing armies as the kings or emperors, and they just would slaughter everything in sight. They just can't do it like that anymore. So they have to use middlemen. Middlemen means you need to manipulate them. So that's what it is all about. G'day, Sarah. That is the difference. Oh, yes. Yes, they financed them. They got them to do their little war and then basically tore them down and over again. Divide and rule, it's called. It's been done for a long time. Even the Persians, after they attempted twice to conquer Greece and failed, then they basically financed the different Greek states and put one against the other and created the Peloponnesian War to destroy pretty much the Greek states of, in particular, Athens. So, and they got sucked into it from their over-exuberance. So it's been happening for a very long time, people, very long time. Yes. Sure, Harry, we're definitely preparing ourselves. Good. That's the main focus of this video. Is less, yes, I've touched a bit on the geopolitics, but and some of the back stuff that, probably, ranted a bit too long, but it was mainly focused on trying to give you guys an understanding of what's happening and what's in the pipeline down the track and what to prepare for. Who do follow for geopolitics, general related lot, looking for suggestions? I don't actually follow anybody particular. I follow a number of people from a number of different backgrounds, and they don't necessarily are English speakers. Many of them are Greek. Some of them are basically from Eastern European countries. Some of them, and they speak in their native tongue, and I just get translation. And some of them are basically in Asia and elsewhere. America, you tend to get I don't bother listening to the geopoliticians in America, because they just basically they're propagandist. They don't really actually tell you anything. They just blurt out propaganda. The British, the Americans, most of the Europeans, they just blurt out standard propaganda. So you don't really get any insight. And then when I do want to look at what the establishment are thinking, I get a magazine called Foreign Affairs. It's, the Council of Foreign Relations, which is another think tank directly supported by the elites. They tend to set the agenda. Remember, though, I showed you one of the books, the Foreign Affairs, and it actually said, This was a number of years earlier, how to flip the Taliban, how to, do this and that. And it's exactly how it played out. If you actually read years in advance foreign affairs, it will actually tell you what the US government and elites in the US and Britain are going to do in about 5 to 10 years, more or less, what they're sort of building towards and manipulating and trying to push that direction. Got it? So that's what I do, but I do actually listen to a whole lot of other people that are independent, that are viewing it from a different angle, So sometimes that can be quite insightful. See, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, certain parts of the world, those areas, especially Eastern Mediterranean, it's a choke point. Black Sea, Aegean, Mediterranean, Red Sea, basically Indian Ocean. Got it? All the choke points between. Whoever controls that controls the trade that moves from east to west. Got it? Then you got the Panama and all that, and Malacca Strait and stuff like that, Southeast Asia. The most important ally there for the Americans is Singapore. Check out what the Singaporeans are doing. Gives you a big insight what their governments are doing, what they're planning, the military, what they're financing, some of the geopolitics that they are doing. That will give you an insight. They are English speakers. A lot of it's written in English. So that will give you an idea of what they are thinking. And that is usually tied back to US policy in the region. So you start immediately starting to put all these things together. Little bits. These little bits, grains of information, then give you a more complete picture. When you listen to one person, you only get one-sided picture. You look at all that, you start seeing all the little bits. They come together in your head and you start realizing, that's what's happening. Then certain things make sense, because when you look at certain things, you go, it doesn't really make sense. How does that work? But when you actually have all these other little bits, then it sort of makes sense. Got it? HG? Anyway, nobody's taking it serious that the grain and food store is being destroyed. No, nobody is. Nobody's actually even realizing a lot of this is happening. Completely no idea a lot of this sort of stuff. Currently we've got a whole lot of things in storage in America, in Western Europe, in Asia, and many other parts, because they've already been delivered, all these things. But you've got to think in the next couple of months and in early part of 2000, and that's when what's happening now is going to affect the supply then at the end of the year and next year. That's the problem. So we've still probably got about 3 to 6 months before we start seeing the early stages of these food shortages. But really, we're going to see the massive exacerbation of food shortages about 2023. So anyway, is there a device like a thermometer, for example, to measure deuterium, or only possible in laboratory? Only possible in laboratory, DJ Projectus. I would love if there was, but there isn't. So unfortunately, there isn't. So we've got nothing to be able to check that sort of stuff in that sort of stuff. Looks like they're using UK users are vegan. Yep, they are so too brutal. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe some of them are, and some of them are supporting that for other reasons. NTL, g'day mate, waiting Harry to go deep in Southeast Asian story. You just get me mind blowing today. Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. I'm about to pull the plug, so it'll have to be some other day. Come on my live streams on the weekends and do ask me. I don't mind occasionally talking a bit of geopolitics and stuff like that. It's primarily those are set up for nutritional information, but we are getting to the 4 hours. I do have work tomorrow, so shortly I do need to get to bed. So that is a bit stuff. But if you've got any questions, do leave them in the comments. I'll answer it. So if you've got any specific question that you want to answer, do leave it in there. Choke point, hence orthodox. Yep. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there because I need to get to bed. It's past 10 o'clock and I need to do one or two things and then off to beddy buys. I've got work tomorrow. So thanks, guys, for turning up. I appreciate it. I hope you got something out of it, some insights of what is unfolding around the world. And this is of use and utility to you and your families. Do please leave comments. Please like and the videos. So please watch other stuff. If you haven't watched the earlier one today, do watch that because there's some other stuff that I did discuss in that I haven't discussed in this, and so that may be useful to you as well, for those who are interested in some additional information. So I would, and that would also give you a few more viewing hours for the channel. So I would definitely appreciate that. Thanks, DJ Projectus. And I'm going to leave it here. Thanks, everyone. Good night. Good day if you're at the other end of the world. And do look forward to seeing you guys on the weekend. So doing it again and covering certain aspects of health and nutrition at that point. Don't forget also, Bart has got a video tomorrow and the day after, and that will be with Ted. Exactly. So it'll be ultra entertaining. So looking forward to that. So take care, and let me just put these up as I flow out of here in that regard. Thanks, Nick. And Sarah, as always, thank you for being here. Thanks, HD. And thanks, Joe. Caught at the end after a 6 hour. Oh, look, mate, you can still rewind and actually see from the beginning, Joe. Take care, mate. Anyway, I am out of here and appreciate. Oh, that hasn't come up. Oh, I thought I clicked it. And there's the last one. Got that. And the last one. And there it's done. We're done. Okay. Good night and see you guys. And I will see you all, you lovely people, sometime on the weekend.